Pam.
Pam,
Bon.
pam. C'est commencé. Là, là.
Donc, yo.
Oh,
Bon, comme j'ai... Ouais, donc, hmm, tu vas faire beaucoup de rampage.
oui. Ok, j'ai un contrôle de cul sur ma manette.
Mais
Pardon.
les trucs commencent à apparaître uniquement quand t'es en high rank. Donc, ok. Donc, t'as pas cassé la tête avec ça. Moi, ça me fait un peu suer par contre parce que...
Oui. Euh... Ok, c'est tout des explosifs. Attends, non, c'est pas des explosifs, c'est quoi ça? C'est des bombes? Oui, c'est des explosifs.
Oui, tu parles des nouveaux...
Non, j'ai été pour... euh, engager un chien, en fait, non, c'est juste des chiens explosifs que j'avais comme option.
Hein.
Vu qu'on va chercher pour plusieurs morceaux, je vais
Yeah.
prendre des gatherers.
Ok. Voyons voir. Quel est le premier monstre que j'aurais besoin de farmer pour les armures d'apparat? J'aurais besoin d'insectes. Beaucoup d'insectes. Et de et j'aurais besoin de 4 morceaux de bnabra et beaucoup de poinoptéron. Le néoptéron étant tout ce qui est insectes, donc bnabra, vespoïdes, c'est quoi déjà les trucs, les altaros.
Ok. Il va falloir des bras et de l'altérostium pour une arme. Donc on va commencer avec ça.
Et en vrai, ouais, tant qu'à y aller, j'essaie d'avoir toutes les armes de ma catégorie, j'essaie d'améliorer à fond toutes les armes que je peux avoir dans les switch-axe.
Oh, moi j'adore mon pingouin. Ce truc devrait tellement pas voler, mais... Voilà.
Mais non, normalement c'est un manchot,
Oui. Oh, mais le
pas un
manchot,
pingouin.
oui.
Oh my god. Wow! C'est même pas une arme de rang 10!
Tiens, je vais prendre
C'est
ça.
une arme de rareté 8, ça prend une grande gemme wyvern.
Ah ouais!
Oui, mais ça c'est Master Rank, donc...
Ok. Je vais lire, mais qu'est-ce qu'il raconte? Ok, Master Rank.
Oui, grande gemme wyvern, oui, c'est de Master Rank. C'est l'équivalent des... C'est quoi déjà le nom? Oh ouais, attends, on va farmer des insectes, je vais prendre des poissons
Ouais.
des bombes de poison.
Ouais.
Euh... Oh, j'en ai que 2.
Je vais voir si
Comment
je peux en
j'en...
fabriquer.
Oui, c'est ça. Comment j'en... Oh, ok. Noix fumigène et champignons vénéneux. Ok, il va me falloir beaucoup de graines fumigènes par contre.
Ok, je peux en
Oups.
faire 6.
Je vais pas en faire une vingtaine.
Pip, 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 pip. Le farm, nous allons fermer.
Donc ouais. Maintenant... Ah, c'est vrai, t'as jamais vu ma nouvelle arme?
Non! Oh! Elle est belle. Elle est belle. Elle est belle, Gisèle.
Oh, il y a des bombes poisons ici. Bon, par contre, vu que j'ai fait le plein... peux pas en prendre, mais bon. Donc, tu devrais pouvoir avoir ton maximum avec ça.
Ouais.
Euh... J'ai besoin de Bnabra, donc je vais me concentrer sur les Bnabra pour commencer.
Ok, moi j'ai besoin
D'Altaros.
Ouais.
Attends, c'est bien... Il faut bien chasser des Bnabra dans ce...
Non.
Non! C'est des Izushi des Altaros. Ah merde! Bon bah, je vais me concentrer sur les Altaros. C'est là qu'il n'y en a pas ici. Il y en a aux endroits où il y a des champignons et du... Il peut y en avoir des endroits de champignons et de miel. C'est-à-dire qu'il y en a à l'endroit où il y a grain Zuchi, il y en a au point 12. Et... Je crois que c'est tout.
Ok. Il m'en faut pas tant que ça fait.
Ben 6, c'est déjà bien
Ouais.
pour commencer. What the fuck was that?
Je crois que c'était mon chasseur qui était vénère contre un truc, mais je suis pas sûr quoi.
Bon, combien de temps tu crois que ça va me prendre pour le tuer?
1 minute ou 2? Let's go baby!
Est-ce que t'as vu le counter?
Oui!
La qualité de ce counter? Alright, c'est vrai, on est en low rank, on n'est pas master, donc il n'y a pas les insectes étoilés là.
Ouais. Et ça m'aide aussi que si tu le pètes.
Oui,
Ça m'est pas.
je vais juste essayer de trouver un bon petit coin pas trop loin de toi. Neat. Triple kill.
Fatality.
C'était juste une bombe poison que tous
Ouais.
les trois?
C'était
Nice.
tous les trois à la queue leu comme des bandes débiles. On aurait été en centipède face au.
Je viens de gagner un bonus de défense grâce à Papillon. Parce que c'est nécessaire.
Évidemment. Oh, ce monstre est tellement dangereux. Il pourrait te faire une
regarde,
égratignure.
est-ce que t'as vu plus de PV que je me prends? Voilà, il est mort.
Il a dit je pourrais t'aider, mais c'est tellement beau de te regarder le frapper.
En même temps, il peut rien faire. Par contre, veux-tu que je t'ai dit un truc qu'il aurait fallu que tu pourrais faire pour essayer d'avoir plus de matériaux par Altaros?
Ouais.
Attendre qu'il se soit nourri, que le estomac soit plein.
Ok.
En faisant ça, tu vas avoir en fait deux... Quand le estomac est plein, quand tu les tues, ça drop un goodies au sol.
Ok. On apprend tous les jours.
C'est genre...
Oui, mais moi tu sais.
Information numéro... C'est genre l'information première que tu découvres juste en affrontant des Altaros, normalement.
Oui, mais tu sais, moi, sans observation, des fois. Je remarque, je suis très douée pour remarquer des détails inutiles.
Oui. Bon. Est-ce que ça se voit que je commence à prendre l'habitude du counter par contre? C'est deux magnifiques counters. Non! Ils sont en train de disparaître avec des estomacs pleins! Non!
Est-ce que je t'ai fait en photo,
Et...
ma chérie?
Et ça a disparu.
Non, c'est en place stud. Je ne l'ai pas en photo. Ah, il a disparu et il y a un truc qui arrive vers toi.
Un Kuluyaku?
Oui.
Donne-moi 30 secondes.
Bon.
What's this?
Ah, rigole. Qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est un tas d'os, chérie. Oh oh.
Gotcha.
J'ai raté mon counter. Ah! J'ai passé le counter un peu trop tard.
Going?
Oh, j'aime bien, il y a juste deux petits lézards qui sont en train de te regarder et de... C'était quoi ça? Il y a juste... J'allais dire, il y a juste deux petits lézards qui sont en train de te gueuler dessus. Et puis il y en a un qui a juste couru à travers la map en mode speed. Il t'a même pas regardé.
On voulait pas d'attendre que les altérats se soient nourris avant de les tuer. J'ai raté. J'ai raté le mur.
M'attaquer. Donc j'ai fait essayer de faire semblant d'être utile. Non, ramasse en ramasse l'arbre.
Here
Oh
we
well.
Let's see.
Ah, come on, j'avais pas assez de charge.
Voilà, c'est l'heure d'observer le cul des insectes. Il y a juste un chat en mode tourbillol derrière.
Ah, il a lancé sa tornade.
Oui. Ça la fait avancer très vite vers toi, mais c'est tout.
Bon, bah, tant pis.
Oh, ce monstre fait rien contre toi, littéralement. Il est juste perturbé.
Ouais. Le chat pète.
Le chat.
Le chat qui a pété une partie du corps du machin. Je le touchais pas, j'ai vu qu'une partie du corps avait été pétée. Le coup a fait 7 de dégâts, ça a quand même pété son caillou tellement. Voilà.
Je fais semblant d'être utile, j'ai envoyé mon insecte 3 fois sur lui.
T'as tué les Altaras?
Non, ils sont pas encore arrivés.
Ah, ok.
J'ai toujours le réflexe de spammer A pour récolter les trucs.
Oh, moi j'ai gagné à cause de Third.
Ouais.
Ben à cause de Tri plutôt.
Oh oh.
Tri sur Wii U, 3DS, là, il faut vraiment que tu tapes à chaque fois que tu veux récolter quelque chose.
Le chasseur, dans son habitat naturel, regarde le trou dans le mur en attendant un insecte. Wouh, 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 wouh. Espérant que leur popotin brille.
Et ça, il va briller quand ils se seront nourris du miel. Bon, par contre, en vrai, éloigne-toi parce que je crois qu'il pop pas si t'es à côté.
Ok. Ils ont peur de mes oreilles elfiques.
Je suis toujours dans... Juste pour ta information, Alex.
Ouais.
Après le grand Izuchi et le Kuruyaku, surtout le Kuruyaku avec son caillou,
Ouais.
malgré tout ça, je suis toujours dans le blanc.
Oh, oh, oh.
Ah oui, pour information, j'ai toujours pas débloqué les tenues de parade Master Rank.
Oh.
Parce que j'ai toujours pas... je suis toujours pas monté de rang en Master Rank. J'ai fait... J'ai fait quasiment tous les monstres de Tatooine 2 qui ont été rajoutés. Mais pas ça. On va voir des points rouges sur la carte quand ils vont apparaître.
Ah, d'accord. Ouais.
Je vais aller voir au point 8.
Ouais, ça se peut qu'il y avoir popé.
Ouais. Ben attends, au point 12, comme ça,
On
s'ils
les
arrivent au
ratera pas.
point... S'ils apparaissent au point 12, c'est ça, tu les rates pas.
Adam. Adam.
Voyons voir. Oui, ils sont revenus.
Allez, j'arrive.
Euh,
Oh!
Ils viennent de sortir.
J'ai vu un point rouge apparaître, donc.
Oui, oui, ils viennent de sortir. Voilà. Et au point 8, t'auras des cadavres. Ah, par contre, c'est vrai que quand, avec les shiny au sol, t'as une chance que ce soit des objets qui vont juste te rapporter des points.
Ok.
Mais parfois, ça va te donner un estomac ou de liquide de monstre.
Non, mais arrêtez de me frapper.
Tu t'es trop rapproché du miel, c'est ça?
Ouais.
Bon, ben, récolte ça, il va au point 8. Moi, je m'en vais au point 12.
Here we go.
Il y a des broguis qui sont apparus et qui ont commencé à me frapper.
Let's see.
Hein? Ah, c'est Broggy qui t'agresse,
Oui.
c'est pas les Altaros?
Ouais.
Ah, pardon, attends, je pensais que c'était les Altaros. Dans le Generation, les Turns, si tu t'approchais trop de leur source de nourriture, ils t'agressaient. C'était débile à quel point ils devenaient agressifs.
Perks of the job.
Je pense que je vais avoir assez de matériaux d'Altaros pour...
Non, mais j'ai même pas réussi à les dépecer. Je me fais une partie visée.
Et de 1. Et de 2. C'est bon?
Et les cadavres étaient pop.
Ils ont des pops?
Oui.
Here we go.
C'est-à-dire que ceux au 8 aussi ont des pops.
Oh.
Oh ben moi je vais utiliser Zuchi parce que moi je m'en ai plus rien à faire.
Ouais, moi je devrais en avoir assez pour le moment.
Et il y a des matériaux qui sont partagés entre
Ouais.
que les Vespades aussi. Ben, les Mnabra
Ouais.
donnent aussi. Là. Donc, c'est pas comme si c'était une énorme perte non plus là.
Ouais.
Par contre j'adore comme juste un coup. 143 de dégâts! One shot! Sérieusement? C'était pas faible dans le rank. Oh, il y a un Arzuros.
Let's see.
Sincèrement, ça fait tellement bizarre de, de
Ouais.
défoncer tout ça aussi rapidement.
Oui. Oh. Ah oui. Oui, je viens de le dire. Mon cerveau a pris beaucoup trop longtemps de réagir.
Je sais pas si t'avais vu qu'il y avait de nouveaux trucs à télécharger.
Oui.
Gotcha.
Et dans le set d'objets qu'il donne,
Ouais.
il y a 10 pierres d'armure pures.
Oh.
Pierres d'armure pure. Ça vaut 2000 points d'armure.
Ok. Classe.
Les 10 ensemble ont permis d'avoir un équipement niveau max. Un morceau d'équipement niveau max.
Juste un.
Oui.
Oh, mais c'est tellement. Oh.
T'es tombé?
Non, j'ai éternué.
Ah non,
Je suis pas
éternue.
sûre si. Je suis pas sûre si j'ai eu le temps de couper l'éternuement.
Well, il y a eu un gros arg. Et après ça, ça a coupé.
Oh. Et je l'ai senti arriver et il est sorti quasiment tout de suite.
Je suis en train de réaliser, je suis en train de me promener à des endroits qui servent à rien. Ah, il vient de réapparaître au point 12. Les Alteros viennent de réapparaître au point
Ok.
12, Alex.
Le point 12, il est dans cette
Tu peux,
direction à peu
tu peux
près.
pas tu peux pas te téléporter au camp?
Non.
Oh. Ah ben, je vais t'attendre. Enfin, du mieux que je peux. Avant qu'il disparaisse.
Ouais.
Et 2 viennent de se nourrir, 3 viennent de se nourrir.
Pendant un moment, je m'ai tellement confondu avec ton point.
L'habitude d'être joueur 2.
Ouais.
Gotcha.
Ils étaient rendus devant leur trou, donc je pouvais pas attendre plus longtemps. J'étais à 2 doigts de rentrer.
Voilà, je suis là.
Yay, materials!
Let's see.
Miel pop.
Here we go.
Tellement de matériaux d'Altaros.
Voilà. Ah oui. Oh,
See you later.
ça va. Tiens. Parce que je peux. Ton chien est tellement classe. Oh.
Oh, oh oui! Ah, ok, oui, oui, ah, c'est séchant en plus.
Il est tellement beau le minou.
Quest complete.
Le séraphin.
Ouais.
Ah, voyons voir c'est quoi les matériaux que j'ai récupérés. En serviteur, j'ai récupéré juste 2 queues des Uchi, j'en ai déjà 107.
Ah, bah c'est pas beaucoup. Il t'en faut toujours plus que des sushis. Oh. Je vais juste prendre une bouchée de mon déjeuner.
Mieux de toi avant. Pourquoi est-ce que t'aurais besoin de Roxling dans... Le truc pour lancer les rushs, des rushs. Parce que c'est un fucking Roxling!
Oh oh, yep. Et c'est classe.
Ouais, voir... presque, mais non! I'll take it, take that, take that. Ouais, je vais tout prendre.
Ok, il me manque un morceau d'os. Mais ça va. Après, il me manque quelques petits bras.
Chasse de curieux. Oh! Hmm.
Have a good look at everything that's on offer. You've got all the time in the world.
Argosier plein. J'ai donc. Enfin, un argosier plein.
Une plus. Et ça va.
Ah, dans le pire des cas, je vois que tu peux potentiellement acheter des bombes poison à l'argosier.
Ok.
Leave it to me.
Ok. Armure forgée. Non, pas forgée. Armure spéciale. Ça compte pas comme du nil. Oh, c'est du plus! Ah, je suis con!
Oh oh. De la science.
Thanks.
J'ai un peu tous trouvé ça dans le truc où il fait froid.
Special quest has been added.
Oh!
These are the available quests.
Ah.
Good luck out there.
Donne-moi quelques minutes, je suis en train de voir toutes les armes que je peux faire, que je peux déjà faire.
Je vais voir si je peux avoir un nouveau chat.
Un rubis feline. Il manque littéralement juste ça pour avoir une... Ah non, il manque aussi des poches omniplégie. Bon, c'est quoi un rubis feline?
Happy hunting.
Un rubis, je crois que c'est un truc que t'as quand tu frappes les chats.
Huh. Ouais. Ouais, mais tu dis ça, c'est à quel rang? Est-ce qu'il faut que je sois Master Rank?
Aucune idée. Oh, Gilbert, tu es magnifique.
C'est dans 5 quêtes, j'imagine.
Ouais,
Je suis en train de réaliser.
mais ça va, je suis en train de me préparer avec Chatan.
What? Quoi? Désolé, Ok, j'ai du rose. C'est disponible.
Ok.
J'aurais moins d'affinité. Mais je le prends parce que... Wow! Et ça ressemble à quoi comme arme? C'est assez massif. Oh, et en plus, c'est ça. Et en plus, c'est l'élément parfait pour affronter le monstre que tu vas affronter.
Mais t'es où?
Oh, je suis à Elgado.
Ok. Je me dis, c'est aussi.
Ah ouais, attends, avant de lancer la quête. Je vais juste voir si mes nids sont pleins.
Je voulais te montrer mon chien avant de...
Je verrai dans la quête, c'est tout. Mais... donne-moi 30 secondes.
Il reste combien de... temps?
Il me reste...
1,
J'ai un œil checké.
2, 4, 6.
Putain. J'ai pu crafter une arme direct niveau rang 10 parce que j'avais une menthe. Parce que quand j'ai réussi à le buter pour la première fois, là, sachant que c'est le monstre à la
Ouais.
nuke qui avait
Ah oui.
triple kill en moins de quoi, 2 minutes? Toute l'équipe, toute l'équipe, c'est genre vraiment une attaque, tout le monde est mort.
Yep.
Ben, c'est son arme que j'ai pu faire.
Le monstre de la dangerosité.
Ben, c'est à peu près tous les monstres qui ont été rajoutés dans les Titan Update depuis dans Sunbreak.
Oui.
This'll be easy.
Juste pour t'aider, elle est dans mon dos, hein.
Oh. Classe. Regarde Gilbert, il est-tu pas beau? J'ai vu son nom, je me suis dit, il me le faut.
Ah, t'es déjà chassé à la gorbie? Ah,
Oui.
Ah ben, j'allais le détruire.
Ok, pendant que tu le détruis, moi je vais aller chasser le pnabra.
Ok.
C'est à peu près à mon niveau, ça fait.
Qu'est-ce qui va être le plus rapide? Toi qui vas réussir à trouver des Mnabra ou moi qui va tuer la gorbie? En vrai, tu devrais être à côté
Oui.
de quelques Mnabra, donc... Ouais, cette arme fait aussi des poisons?
Allez Gilbert, j'ai foi en toi. Tu peux le faire.
Ouais, ok. Mon arme fait du feu et du poison.
Ok.
Ça va bien, ça correspond bien avec le fait que ça correspond bien au monstre avec lequel l'arme est faite. Ça, avec quel matériau de monstre mon arme est faite, mais c'était pas inscrit sur la fiche de l'arme qu'elle faisait du poison. Juste qu'elle faisait du feu.
Surprise.
Oh, yeah! Oui, en effet. Je vais pas me plaindre. Je vais prendre le filet de terre. Ah.
Going? Great!
I missed. Oh! Hey, il y a un Acnosum qui a décidé de joindre la fête.
Oh! Ah, là.
Good.
Ok, petite vue. Oh, oh. Tout va bien.
Great. Gotcha.
Ah, et ça, ce qui est, c'est qu'il perd niveau 1, donc. Il fait juste assez mal pour dire qu'il fait mal. Mais pas assez pour détruire le pneu à bras.
Huh. Oh, hey there!
Yep.
C'est une demi-tonne de matériaux ici, hein.
Ouais,
J'adore parce que je suis arrivé, le Lagobi était dans ce coin. Il est pas. Il est resté dans ce coin tout le long.
Oh! Ah ouais, une demi-tonne.
Ah, il y a des Alteros qui viennent de popper sur la carte. Juste
Oui.
un peu plus bas dans le point 9.
Going. Good.
Ça plot?
Un peu plus bas.
Ah oui,
Genre,
ah,
va
oui.
vers le point de où est-ce que la Gobi, tu vas les trouver.
Ouais. Ok, oui, je sais pour les Alteros, mais je sais aussi qu'ici, il y a un morceau où je peux trouver de l'alcium.
Ouais, ça va pas durer, hein.
Ouais.
La Gobi est un peu à deux doigts d'être mort. Hop.
Ok.
Encore, si j'arrivais à faire mon counter, peut-être qu'il serait déjà mort aussi. Oh, elle est capable de faire ta boule de neige?
Oh, il y a des difficultés. Pauvre bébé.
Ow.
Toi, par contre, t'es des Alteros. Y'a pas de nabra ici, je crois. Oui, non.
Pas dans cette zone-là. Il y en a, je crois, dans le point 12.
Oui. Il va à la vitesse que tu défonces de ce Lagorbi, je suis arrivé.
Ben, si t'étais passé par le passage au point 10,
Ouais.
tu serais déjà arrivé.
Ouais.
Au lieu de faire le gros tour avec le... This is going to be overkill.
Ah, mais j'essaie pas d'aller au plein après, en fait, j'essaie d'aller vers toi. Je suis juste un peu perdu.
Nouveau record de taille minimum.
C'était un bon bobin.
Mine now.
Bon, t'étais un peu perdu?
Oui.
Oui, en effet, je vois ça.
Écoute, il ne faut jamais sous-estimer Zoro. Si je peux me perdre, je vais me perdre. Voilà, here I come. Pour le lapino. Ah, mais je suis tellement fière de manger le bail. Juste pour le nom. Super. Oh, j'adore, ça va du rêve. J'adore l'arme tout en chat. Ok.
Le truc
Super
est
m'a donné un
arrivé
alcium.
tellement vite. Ah, boucle d'oreille calamar gelé. Neat! C'était ma 50e quête dans cette zone.
Oh! Ah, pardon, j'aimerais parler à l'être humain.
Hello there.
Le jeu me ramène à Elgado automatiquement. Hein.
Ok.
Excellent.
Est-ce que j'ai une arme la Gombi? Oui, j'ai une arme la Gombi.
Leave it to me. Excellent. Piece of cake. Leave it to me.
Oh. Il va me falloir de l'Arzuros.
Piece of cake.
Ok.
Come again.
Falloir de l'acnosum.
Special quest for you. Which quest would you like? May the spirits protect you.
Voilà.
Aknosum, j'ai
Ouais.
pas une bonne. Bon ben, je vais pouvoir l'empoisonner, mais mon feu va pas lui faire grand chose.
Oui.
Mais attends, encore je suis vraiment curieux. État. Mais status. Élément. Feu. Nulle part il est écrit que c'est du poison.
C'est sorti du cul de l'univers.
Ok, donc c'est écrit dans la description de l'arme. Mais c'est pas sur la fiche de l'arme en tant que telle.
Ouais. Ah là là. Est-ce que j'ai la loterie? Non, je t'ai pas la loterie. Allons-y. Va, mon chaud, vole!
Je vais prendre de la viande. Parce que je me retrouve tout le temps avec un problème, c'est le manque d'endurance.
Ok.
Bon, t'es sûr que tu veux... tu veux attaquer la Knossom?
Oui. J'ai
Ça
confiance
peut
au
la-
pouvoir.
C'est un peu la quête.
J'ai confiance en Gilbert. Gilbert,
Oui,
il
mais
est niveau 2.
est-ce que tu crois que t'as vraiment intérêt à l'attaquer? Je veux dire toi en particulier.
Je vais sûrement faire défoncer, mais bon. mon arme fait du poison et mon insecte est fort.
Et si tu y crois, ben, tu sais quoi, je vais te laisser l'affronter seul pendant un temps.
C'est c'est un acte de somme. Je vais voir ce que je peux. Oh! Fuis, petit
La-
péteux!
Ça, c'est Lucky. Prends-le en photo. Tu fais quoi, toi? Tu fais quoi, toi?
Ah, mais j'ai pris en train de manger, c'est magnifique.
Allez, je vais me placer pour observer le combat vue du ciel. Je récupère quelques bonus d'attaque parce que pourquoi pas.
C'était la dernière esquive, je faisais pas du tout partie du plan, mais c'était génial. J'ai vu du poison, j'ai cliqué sur que c'était empoisonné. Non, c'est lui, c'est lui.
C'est vite. Combo!
Yeah.
Ah. Pendant qu'on est en train de faire... En vrai, pendant qu'on est en train de faire ça, je vais aller chasser l'Ars du Ross. J'ai besoin de quelques matériaux. Ah, il y a Dinosaure qui s'en va à l'Ars du Ross.
Getting dull.
Je suis rouge, je suis rouge, je suis rouge. Je suis Bob Lennon. Haha. Oh.
That's one.
Ah ouais, ça me dégale à la gueule. His name is Winnie Bear. La violence en ours enragé.
Showed him.
Winnie va partir. T'as aidé à affaiblir le Cnosson parce que l'Ars du Ross, il va crever avant.
Merci beaucoup. Ah mais tu pars déjà? Ok.
Bleeding. Concentrate.
Ah ouais, c'est vrai, Winnie lui a fait très mal.
Pas tant que ça en vrai. J'ai dû les faire genre 400 de dégâts, 400-500.
Hmm.
Bon, ça c'était avant le Punisher, là, le Punisher.
Ouais.
Mais avec le Punisher, ça doit être aux alentours de 700 au total.
After it.
Et encore?
Vers moi là.
Oui.
Ah, il est,
Il
ah,
t'aime
il est
beaucoup.
fou.
Ce monstre a...
Et il est surtout
a-
très con.
Oui. A des vœux de décès? Le somme qui ne tient pas à la vie.
Mais pourtant, ma seule cible, c'est l'ours. Par contre, tu devrais l'attaquer. Ben, je pense il était essoufflé. L'Anzura vient me pêcher devant moi.
Le Zuros qui est pépère. Ça va, je ne suis pas à deux doigts de mourir.
Ah, c'est ça. Voilà.
J'ai eu un bonus, un upgrade niveau taille.
Ah, il fait pas si gros que ça pourtant. On va voir. Arzuros. Oh, ok, non. Je peux pas le savoir. Parce que j'avais déjà une couronne dorée pour l'Arzuros.
Ok. Come back, mate. Wow! C'est beau, il y a assez bien quand même.
Oui, c'est pas mort.
Et je
T'as
pourrais
jamais
être la
qu'à-
mort qu'une seule fois. Faudrait faut éviter.
Ouais.
retourne au point de départ.
Oui.
Et cette histoire finira là où elle a commencé.
Peut-être pas, parce qu'il peut toujours s'enfuir. C'est un des monstres qui bouge le plus, donc mon co- faut vraiment que... Mon côté, il faut vraiment qu'il m'attaque pour que ça fonctionne. Ou qu'il me gueule dessus.
Tu as frappé un péteux, tu vas mourir! Pour tes crimes, tu vas la condamner à mort.
Nice work.
Je lui ai donné le coup final. C'est tout de suite.
Une fuite de taille.
Pas moi.
Here we go.
Ton chat, tu as péteux!
Mine
Ouais.
now.
Quelle tragédie! Oh, bah, vu qu'il est mort,
Ouais.
c'est
The
possible.
job.
Oui, mais ça sera un gâchis en fait.
Here
Paix à ton âme, Billy.
Mine now.
Paix à ton âme, Roger. Paix à ton âme, Joseph. Paix à ton âme, Jonathan.
we go.
J'ai beaucoup de gens, deux igniteurs.
Hmm.
Ça a quand même l'air bien quand.
Yay, material.
Quest complete.
Ça me fait marrer voir ton rang. Un rang genre 2500, 216 et moi 2.
Et faire ces quêtes-là augmente mon rang aussi, hein.
Ok, il me prend une malachite. Et une Icium.
Powerful equipment is important. But you want to look good in battle too, right? Sometimes it's hard to choose. See you
Une fois
again soon.
l'Udros.
Ouais.
Special quest has been added.
Ouais, moi, attends, t'avais dit un quoi déjà?
Il me faut affronter
Un Ludros?
Oui.
Special quest
Oh,
is
ça
coming
va.
for you. These are the available quests.
Can do it.
I wish you luck.
Après ça, on aura fini pour les armes. Pour... Fini pour les armes, fini pour les mécaniciens. Je vais commencer les armures.
This'll be easy.
Tu peux prendre un nombre maximum de passeurs possible. J'en prends aucune. J'ai trop de défense pour que ça m'inquiète.
Oh, j'ai juste assez
Bon.
de défense pour être inquiet. Il est en haut ou il est en bas?
Il est en bas, là, les drops. C'est... Moi, je vais chercher l'Ardira, c'est moi
Ok.
toujours un matériau. Est-ce que tu... Est-ce que...
C'est
Est-ce que tu
légèrement
sais c'est
perdu.
quoi
Ouais.
le troisième monstre?
Non,
Interesting.
c'est une ennemi.
Interesting.
J'ai hâte quand j'aurai à nouveau mes skills pour voler.
Ah, le monstre mystère est arrivé.
Ah là là, le monstre mystère est là.
Ah.
C'est que quick cette attaque. Non seulement j'ai tellement pas évité sa dernière attaque, mais je suis sûre que je suis sauté dedans.
Oh my god.
Going?
J'aime pas toujours passer. Voilà. s'il perd, ne fait rien. J'ai raté les bombes.
Oh! Ouais, on vient de m'empoisonner.
Ah, j'ai eu... Après un morceau.
Oui.
It's fleeing! Concentrate!
J'ai tellement raté... Il s'est endormi, mais j'ai tellement raté les bombes. Oh, je suis déception. Par contre, on a tous les deux très mal.
Oh, ça va, moi c'est juste parce que j'étais empoisonné.
Non, mais je veux dire, moi, le monstre, en fait.
Ah,
Il fait mal, il fait mal. On n'est pas content. Oh, la Rafiane.
oh tu l'as. Et ça t'a
Oui.
permis de le débloquer. Ça t'a débloqué quand
Oui.
j'ai tué. Ah, je pense. J'aurais trouvé ça drôle que ça t'a dit point d'étoile. Hein? Elle a été éliminée.
Something is dead.
Miss Mike Hunter.
Let's see.
C'est quoi ce morceau de secret? Reviens ici, Raoul!
Je me soigne même pas. À quoi ça me sert de me soigner quand le monstre il me fait 5 de dégâts à
Je
chaque
sais
coup?
pas ce qu'il pouvait faire, je sais pas ce...
Gotcha.
Ah, le faire pas le mentir.
Voilà.
Ah là là, qu'est-ce que tu fais? Ah, j'ai allé récupérer la queue. J'ai eu un notification de canne, je suis pas sûre si t'étais gros ou petit.
Ah.
Mine now.
Moi j'ai rien eu.
Bon, yep. Voilà. Ah, après une fois. Un morceau d'asium, un morceau de malachite. Et un autre
Moi,
petit
j'ai
bug que j'ai oublié.
Juste un truc, j'ai jamais mangé, hein. Depuis
Oh.
le début, depuis le début,
Mm.
j'ai jamais été manger de dingo. C'est-à-dire j'avais la barre de vie minimale à chaque fois.
Oh, mais t'es tellement over level. Oh, t'es mieux au scenery.
J'ai une nouvelle décoration.
Oh!
How's it going?
Statue gargouillot. Je sais pas c'est quoi un gargouillot.
Ok, il me faut du Rhenoplos.
So, what can I help you with? Piece of cake. Excellent. Piece of cake. Excellent. Piece of cake. Excellent. Piece of cake. Excellent. Leave it to me.
Ah, la fabrication d'armure.
Ah, ok, là il faut des barosses.
Leave it to me. Piece of cake.
Est-ce que j'avais de la race? Est-ce que j'ai une arme de ration?
Excellent.
Oui.
Leave it to me. Piece of cake. 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 Leave it to me. Excellent. Leave it to me. Excellent. Piece of cake. Leave it to me. Piece of cake. Thank you kindly.
La fabrication d'armure, c'est pas toujours intéressant. Mais c'est utile.
Ouais, c'est ça. C'est ça que je suis en train de me dire, là. C'est. Je suis en train de faire des morceaux. Oh! Tu me dis quand t'es prête pour aller quelque part. Ben, quand t'es prête pour aller quelque part. Quand t'es prête pour une quête.
Ouais.
Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting.
Reno... Ok, je sais c'est où.
See you
Je
again
crois que je sais
soon.
c'est où.
De quoi?
Il me faut...
Renoplace?
Oui.
C'est dans le désert.
Il y a pas aussi de la malacaille dans le
Quest
désert?
has been added.
Maybe?
See you later then. I have a special quest for you. Here's the quest list. May the spirits protect you.
Ah, j'ai tout de suite décollé dans... J'ai pas réfléchi. Oh, oh.
C'est correct. C'est correct.
Ah, j'ai...
Tu sais quoi, pendant que tu fais ça, moi je vais faire ma quête pour avancer un peu dans Sunbreak.
Ok.
Gotcha.
Tu viens à Renoplace, toi. D'une façon ou d'une autre, tu vas mourir. Silver, attaque.
Good.
Oui.
Yoink. Great. Here we go.
Il y a des minéraux vers la 8. Oh, ça c'était ça, ça minéraux. On va vers la zone 9 et on va voir plus proche. Ah, 6.
Let's see.
Ok, une malachite. Est-ce que tu es en Renoplace? J'ai oublié sa face. Arrête de faire chier Billy.
Oh, goddammit! That was fast! That was fast!
Oh. C'était
Holy.
un échec.
un échec. Mais. Holy. J'ai essayé le counter. Le machin, le coup a été tellement rapide.
Let's see.
Oh oh oh.
Here we go.
Fait. Ok, c'était là.
Ce simple charge me fait tellement de dégâts.
Chaîne direction la zone. Oh oh. Ça fait changement de passer de moron à torrent. Et le prochain minerai par ici. Oh! Golden Bag. Ici? Ah, plus par là.
Gotcha.
Halluciné, il est bien censé avoir des minéraux par ici. Plus bas? Ah, là. Je vais en profiter, ça brille.
Yoink.
Oui. Pas de minerai. Ouais. Arrête la place, mais j'en ai plus besoin. Ah, voilà. Plus de minerai. Par ici. On a profité à récoler absolument tout. Ça, c'est en haut, c'est plus bas. Je vais pas t'avoir déjà vu toi. Merci. Est-ce que c'est plus bas? Est-ce que c'est plus haut? Est-ce que je suis pas du tout au bon endroit? Qui attend à trouver. À la caille.
Let's see.
Cactus. On va descendre plus bas par là. Par là.
Gotcha.
Oh, c'est commentary magnifique. Pas dire. Sinon, on va passer beaucoup de temps à récolter des trucs. Ok, c'était champignon, je croyais que c'était vivant. Je crois que techniquement le champignon est vivant. Mais c'était pas son animal.
Ow.
Tiens, un peu de musique.
Ow.
Going?
Ah, le hi-hi. Quel animal magnifique. Là, je sais qu'il y a des minéraux par là. La chance, on a pu éviter tous les gros monstres. On n'a pas eu de chance, on n'a toujours pas de palette qui arrive. On a eu un morceau, je crois qu'il en faut 4-5.
Hein.
Ah non, c'est pas. Oh. Voilà. C'est juste non. Ok, les morceaux à partir de là et les morceaux de la zone 6 seraient avoir revenu. Ah, c'est une fleur. Oh. Ça veut juste pas. Ah, je sais qu'il y en a quelques. Ah, je passe un petit peu trop devant. Ah oui, j'ai passé beaucoup trop à côté. Ok, attention 5 et 6.
In the bag.
C'est de ce côté? Ah, là, là. J'en ai eu que 2, mais avec de la chance, Chaton n'aurait pas attrapé un ou deux.
Oh my god. Ça va être tellement dur.
Yes.
Ok, j'en ai eu 3 tout et partout. Ah oui, les mercenaries, j'ai oublié. Que nous ont-ils rapporté? C'est assez intéressant. Là, voilà. Ah, ça, deux choses, deux trucs. Ok.
How's it going? Excellent.
Deux assiettes et trois balles.
Oh, Kittinator!
En plus que ça, c'est deux potassium.
Just tell me what you need. Leave it to me. Excellent. Thanks.
Potassium, on retourne dans la zone froide.
Special quest has been added. These are the available
Ouais,
quests.
le froid est là.
Good luck out there.
Ah, top. Mhm. Là, pas de la zone 6. Haut de la zone 6 et haut de la zone 9. Pour la 3 zones à vérifier déjà. Monter par ici. Je sais plus si c'est par derrière ou par en haut. J'oublie toujours là. Ah, c'est là. J'oublie toujours l'importance de ce matériel. Ah là là. Potassium. Je crois pas qu'il y en a dans ce minerai, mais ça vaut toujours le coup d'essayer. va essayer de passer à côté du lac.
Well,
zombie.
I lost.
Ah là là, la mort!
This.
Oh, ça brille.
Great.
Je crois que le lac zombie m'a vu. Pas du tout, il a fui.
Ok, juste pour t'aider.
Ouais.
Les seuls équipements qui me restent à améliorer
Ouais.
niveau armure, c'est la ceinture qui manque genre 3 niveaux
Oh
et
oh.
les bottes.
Oh.
Le truc me touche up.
Ah ouais. C'est un peu violent. C'est beaucoup trop violent même.
Et ça, c'est du base Sunbreak.
Oh, God. Ah, en acium. Beaucoup pas assez. Mais on va le pas. Ok, on le pas. Station 9, c'était écrit un truc. Ah, juste ici. Un acium. Le prochain sera vers le dessus de la zone 7. Ça fait là. Quelque part sur cette plateforme. Ah, le mouton. Je vais prendre une photo de face aussi vu qu'il est adorable.
Bon. T'as besoin de quoi?
2 acium, mais tu peux aussi tuer tout ce qui existe.
J'ai besoin de rien qui est sur la map. Donc, non, ça va aller.
Je sais qu'il y a un minerai près d'ici, là, mais il est où? Parce qu'il il doit être à terre, c'est ça.
Un collecte. Ouais, tu te rapproches. T'es loin. Oui, non, oui. Oui, ok, là tu vas un peu à ta droite.
Ah, là.
Voilà.
Ok, un acium, mais il m'en manque un dernier.
Ok. Est-ce que t'as une carte débloquée?
Non.
Ok. Ben, continue par là. Il y a 2 minerais autour du camp. De la zone du camp.
Ok.
Ok, t'es passé à côté d'un. Ouais. Non. Derrière toi. Pile derrière toi, là.
Ok, toi.
Oui, non.
Je le vois.
Oui, oui. Ok.
On n'est
Peut-être qu'il
pas
est
sur
en
la
haut.
même verticale parce que là, je le vois pas du tout.
Il est
Ah,
peut-être plus haut
voilà.
que toi. Voilà. T'as vu quand tu l'as récupéré?
Je l'ai récupéré, il y avait rien. Rien
Ok,
d'intéressant.
va de l'autre côté. Oui. Fais le tour de la grotte.
Ah, là, je
T'as
le vois.
trouvé un... Ouais.
Ah. Et non. Il y en a plus.
Il y en a pas par là.
Non? Oh.
Non. Le plus proche est au... Le plus proche est dans zone 2. Ah non, il est juste à côté de moi dans le trou d'eau
Ok.
entre la zone 3, 4, 5 et 7. Ok, rentre dans le trou, ouais. Oui, continue par là. Continue. Là, il devrait être derrière le caillou qui est devant toi.
Ok. Voilà. Non. Oh.
Ok, le prochain est dans la zone 2.
Ok.
Il va être collé à un mur, donc ça devrait être vite prouvé.
Oh, j'ai eu peur. J'ai vu un gros truc bouger. Non, ça va, c'est des popos.
Oh, ouais, t'es un minerai quand t'es passé à côté.
Ah.
Bah, pas grave. C'est un minerai blanc, je pense pas
Ok.
que t'es...
Ah, il y a un morceau de... De rien du tout.
Un peu plus loin.
Voilà.
Non.
Ok, j'ai pris une photo d'un insecte.
Ah.
Voilà. Voilà. Quête complétée. Et un postal.
Back to the village.
Aïe. Voilà. Pop, pop, pop. Pardon. Pop, pop, pop. Pop, 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 pop.
I got everything you need. Leave it to me. Excellent. Leave it to me. Piece of cake. Excellent. Come again.
J'ai fait toutes les armes que je pouvais faire pour le moment.
Mhm.
Donc, toutes les armes sont faites. Passons aux armures.
Go there.
On va commencer par le bas.
Powerful equipment is important. But you want to look good in battle too, right? Sometimes it's hard to choose.
Azura, c'est la grande.
Till next time.
special
bonne...
quest for you. Here's the quest list.
Moi, je t'aime pas, lapin.
De quoi?
Je vais aller à le lac Gambie.
Ouais.
Il tourne trop sur lui-même.
Time to go.
Ah, il faut que je change de truc. Voilà. Gilbert est une magnifique princesse. Et j'accepterais bien un peu d'aide avec la Gambie.
Ok, donne-moi quelques temps.
Oui, c'est pas tant qu'il est dangereux, mais juste chier.
Va falloir que je refasse ça, non? Ok, j'arrive.
Ah. Voilà. Début de prochaine quête. Ah, il est proche en plus.
Ah oui, en effet, je partais du mauvais côté.
Il a fait des popos. Ah, oui. Oui. Oups.
Great!
Mais c'est juste assis sur mon front. Je me sens insulté. Ce lapin sera mon cheval. Dada.
Wow, that was perfect.
Nouveau record de taille. Neat.
Oh!
Minimum. C'était un petit.
Oh, petit bébé! Oh, le pauvre!
Mine now. Yay, materials!
What's the greatest black kid at your school told to try and be cool? Dumb girl at my school tried to buy acid pills from the drug dealer in our grade. Drug dealer and his buddies thought it would be hilarious to empty out pill capsules, fill them with sugar, and then charge her $50 for 2 of them. Well, she fell for it, handed over the cash, and then proceeded to tell all her friends she was going to take the pills during our lunch period. She swallowed them very publicly and then started acting like a psychopath, running around screaming about seeing unicorns and leprechauns and rainbows, and she kept telling random people that they were on fire. Best part was, everyone knew about the sugar pills except
Par contre, la
when she couldn't get the
vitesse,
attention she wanted, she figured
même
out
pas
she'd
5
be
minutes, hein,
then she tried
ok?
to turn to the drug dealer and got suspended for trying to buy drugs on school property. Funniest thing ever. This reminds me of my mother making a rum cake for my birthday when I was 13, and I had 2 friends around, one of which faked being extremely drunk off of the cake or something. He had a very Christian and sheltered upbringing. My buddy and I laughed cringe quite a bit. Just before puberty hit, my friend told me he had to pull a sperm from his penis hole whilst in the shower. He described it like a white tadpole about the size of a Pez candy. He had to release it down the drain afterwards. I believed every goddamn minute of that story too. Had a similar story we always told. See, there was this guy in school named Sanchez. I don't know why they called him that, but the rumor always was that his nuts were so big that when he came he could fill an Nordine bottle halfway up a CM. I believed that one for quite a while. A kid told us he'd found out how to wank. Basically, you hold it at the base and wiggle it every which way as fast as you can. And then at the end, green stuff comes out. Spent ages thrashing that thing around trying to get some green stuff out. I think that kid has a problem. My one friend told me in first grade that he blew a bubble so big it filled the whole room and everyone was pushed up against a wall until it popped and got everything all sticky. I was a gullible child. In elementary, we had a kid tell everyone in class his dad owned a popular pizza restaurant in town. We would have believed him except the owner's son was also in our class and called him out on it. Plot twist, they are competitive brothers. Daddy sucked on his babysitter's tea. I can't remember if it was 4th or 5th grade, but he told everyone in our little circle and one of the boys said, "You made my thing go up." One of my friends in grade school said something similar. He went to spend the night at one of his friend's house, and his friend's elder sister was there and invited him into her room, and he stayed the night with her and got to see her boots. Had a kid say he knew how to speak Chinese in 4th grade. His response, "Chung Klang Dong Queer Zio Ni Shong Shag Me." Looking back, I think I believe it. Shag me, hidden message right there. I was at a slumber party in elementary school and one girl claimed that a boy in our class gave her a magic potion that made her want to sleep with him. Looking back at it, I realized what she could have been accusing him of. It wasn't true though. She told all sorts of crazy lies. I did the lie. I was in 2nd or 3rd grade and it was the early
That's
90s.
yours.
I told my friends that I did Bart Simpson's laugh on The Simpsons. Not his voice, just the laugh. I could do it really well back then. No one believed me. Yeah, sure, you can do it really well. We all believe you, buddy. My sibling started public school as a sophomore. Before that, we were homeschooled. He told everyone he was from California and adopted a surfer dude persona. He would only wear surfer brands, tanned a lot, and bleached his hair. We live in Alaska. That's actually really funny. A friend of mine, fluent in Japanese and his Japanese, went to school in Japan for a semester and pretended to be completely illiterate and fake a very strong American accent. I'm sure it was funny. My senior year of high school, there was a guy in my pay class who claimed he'd been recruited to work for a cybernetics company that would arrange for him to be educated at MIT on a full ride scholarship. He said they were going to be working on defense systems like in Terminator. This guy was kind of a loner, so I didn't have many occasions to speak to him or really know him that well. With what I knew of him, he was a fair student, but I wasn't aware of him being a cybernetic organism prodigy. Anyway, it was nuts, but I didn't call balls because he was a nice guy and I wasn't in the mood to be a dog. Also, I guess there was like a 0.001% chance it was true. Anyway, a few years later, I saw him, still in town and he was working as a grocery bagger at an Albertson supermarket. He said hello and I didn't mention the cyborg thing because it was possible he was, in fact, a convincing cyborg. I didn't want to get my arms ripped off if that was the case. That he swam 5 miles off the coast with a shark and played with it for an hour before his dad waved at him to come back. We were 6. 5 miles is a long distance. This kid told the 5th grade class that he and his ex-Navy grandpa got to fly in a fighter jet together. Kid was about 10, and something went wrong so they had to eject via the rocket seats. My guess he was allowed to sit in the cockpit for a few seconds at a tour while with his grandpa. My dad was an aircraft engineer in the RAF and I told a similar lie when I was a kid, except I was given the controls of a Harrier after takeoff and we never had to eject, because I was an awesome pilot of course. When RuneScape got big I was in elementary school and had zero idea what it was, but when my classmates asked me about it I confidently told them that I level 193 badass had a full set of dragonhide armor and a pet giant that would fight for me, and that I could ride him in between the worlds. Those suckers ate the crap up and I was the coolest kid in 5th grade till they all realized you couldn't do any of that crap. I knew a kid that said he played Sinman 2000. You could ride on wasps. I wish that game existed. His uncle had a lion on his farm that protected their sheep, and they had to regularly go hunt for tigers because they killed their sheep. The lion was supposedly also their replacement. I'm pretty sure lion was the name of a golden retriever. Well, if it was an actual lion, it's doing a crap job protecting the sheep if the tigers keep killing them. That he tricked the sexy guidance counselor. This kid is a pathological liar, so nobody believed him. Turned out to be true, but it happened after he said it did. Not sure how that worked out. Got to visualize the results you desire, I suppose. A girl in my 4th grade told everyone she could water bend, and every time it rained she said it was because she was sad and couldn't control her powers yet. Another girl in my class said she was half cat and whenever she was asked a question, she would meow back instead. This went on until the end of 6th grade and I was put into the same class with the both of them. We also had identical twin sisters who even sounded the same, and they would constantly switch places and act like each other just for fun. Imagine how annoyed my teachers were. This dude used to tell people he had a 7-foot 300-pound bodyguard named Vito. He would randomly whip out his phone and take fake phone calls from fake Vito all the time, talking about the cool places they were going to meet up and cool stuff they were going to do. A kid I went to school with said he invented the color gray. He took the white and black crayons and used them at the same time. A teacher friend of mine said one of her students forged his mom's signature. He wrote mom. He insisted that his mom really did sign the form. Did the same thing on a piece of paper to get a fish from class. I even told her. My mom scribbled it so badly cause she had diarrhea. A friend girl remarked that she had a PlayStation 9. She told everyone that it was limited edition. Her mother paid thousands for it, and Sony will never make another one once it is sold out. Keep in mind that at that time, the PS3 didn't even come out. What actually happened is somebody asked her if she has a PlayStation and she said me. At that point the kid freaked out and she knew she was in too deep. Oh man, we had a kid at my school who completely fabricated a girlfriend and we lived in Winnipeg. We lived on the west coast, and apparently they met over the summer. They were doing the long distance thing, which was on BC if I recall correctly. This was grade 7. He was a pretty fat, super nerdy kid who wrote brave about it. So not exactly the type for transcontinental romance. He even went so far as to make up an email address, write into letters, fake photos, phone calls, the whole bit. This was in the late 90s, so people bought it for a while. Eventually, once people started questioning it, he claimed it was all a joke and we were the same. I wonder here some of these outlets that the mystery flavor of gum, although very rare, will sometimes have a rainbow color with all the flavors. I wasted so many bank suckers on mystery when I knew pineapples and grapes were my favorite. I hope he has Huntington's disease. You probably know this, but they put the mystery wrapper on when they're changing flavors and it's the end of one type and the start of another. Who knows? You might get a pineapple grape one someday, not rainbow bunny. The bully when I was in school used to lie about having siblings. I have no idea why. We all knew she was lying, but she did it anyway. It might have worked when we were 5, but not at 12 or 13. Sure, it was an attention set, but it's not like it made her cooler. Then again, she also thought physically hurting people at school. So, I wasn't a bully. The opposite actually.
J'arrivais pas à savoir.
About having siblings too. I've never met another only child my entire life. Thus far, he was born in my home state. This dude said he was born in international waters, off the coast of the state we lived in. It was such a stupid lie, because he also told us the county that issued his birth certificate. It was in England County. 8th grade, this kid named Jeremy told him I shot his him and his dad drove to area 51 in the middle of the night. The car was scalped by just a screwdriver and bullets in his dad's trunk. Went home and put the whole thing back together in his own. You can actually do a job with a sonic screwdriver, and it was no ordinary stealth fighter. It was tennis. This guy knew his ground. My freshman year of college, I lived in an old freshman school. Of course, we went off on an alcohol. Maybe 2 weeks out. One day the entire floor smelled like weed. Every room, the bathrooms, even into the stairwell. Some kids are talking about it in class and one guy turns around and said I was selling a pound of weed from my room that day. No one believed it. Somebody had to have been selling weed. Some freshman in high school years back told my
Je vais forcer sur le grade ici.
And she asked him why he would tell her that it was true. And he said, well, he
Et
trusted her. They just met for the first time.
t'arrêter.
Taper le mur.
I used to volunteer with this kid who was incredibly socially awkward, but I am pretty sure I was the only person he spoke to who was a family member. Anyway, I think he felt the need to overcompensate because he would just tell me these outlandishly cool stories almost every day. It's usually the kind of guy who pulls people who like him, but he was genuinely nice, so I let him off. Anyway, a few of his stories. 1. His uncle became an because he taught divers to fall down into the water instead of falling forward into the boat, and now his family is allowed to dive anywhere in the world for free. 2. A majority of his family members were assassins were stationed at Buckingham Palace, and if I told anyone he and I could be assassinated. Funny thing is my ex-best friend's dad was an assassin, and there wasn't much he was forbidden to speak of. He couldn't discuss history to the point that he had to. 3. His grandfather survived the plague because he was in France fighting the war of the roses. Who knew the SAS had been around for that long, and who knew the plague might be avoided France? 4. Apparently he has a telephone in his house because all his friends do, according to his also said. Apparently none of them have Facebook, so they call him. 5. Apparently he has sex every night with random women every time. When I asked him where he finds these lusty Latinas, he told me he can't remember because he was too drunk. 6. Apparently he has his own tractor that he drives to college and back. I go to the same college and I never once seen a tractor. 7. Apparently he was training to be a vigilante, but he had to quit because his parents wanted him to go to college. Talk about priorities. Jesus. Yeah. I think this was my middle school until you mentioned college. Kind of reminds me of a guy I knew in 7th grade. You know I stopped at school. Remember those favorite things episodes?
Nouveau record de taille minimum. De toute façon, je devrais pouvoir parler parce que une chose de ce niveau-là, j'ai pas besoin de me concentrer. J'ai juste rien à vraiment dire.
She told everyone at school that she was making a pass in the toaster and leaned over the toaster as the pot passed popped out, and they burned her just above her lip. And that was the day I double fooled them about my husband. So, good times. A classmate in my grade with another teacher's class told me that her sister had missed it.
Il y avait quelque chose que j'ai parlé en plus.
Punishment for talking, she thumbed back kids by their noses to the wall. I believed her and was terrified on the first day of 3rd grade.
Il y avait quelque chose que je vais parler.
Frick you, Tiffany. That sounds like she was just repeating something her older sister made up to scare her.
Ah oui, j'aurais une idée pour une série sur YouTube. Ben, pas une série, pour une vidéo sur YouTube. Ce qui pourrait être une série aussi. Ça serait avec Stories 2.
Senior year of high school, me and a buddy convinced about 2/3 of the school that I was featured on an episode of Reading Rainbow. When asked to see footage, I brushed it off as not thinking it would ever come up later in life and that we lost the tape. This went on for a few months until I got tired of talking
Donc
about
tu vois un peu comment les vidéos speedrun, pas speedrun, mais Nuzlocke maintenant comment ils sont racontés. Why not? Try it.
Purposely naive way about it, just to make us all laugh. He was like that for the first month, and we all thought he was from England. Then, a month later, his ass was gone. Notice when he answered a teacher's question in marketing class. Everyone turned around and went, what the heck? Man, he goes, oh, I'm not really from England. I was just really nervous to be the new kid, and don't know how to talk to people. So I made another persona to take the edge off my anxiety. Hi, we all cracked up, then got on with it. I have so many stories about that kid. More please. A white, popular girl in my grade with a huge mouth bragged that her dad was black. She doesn't even look mixed race. This was at some point between 2005 and 2009 when people weren't as PC as they are now. It's not the greatest lie out there, but I was surprised she had the cajones to make it up. I was the weird liar in elementary school. In 1st grade, I told a neighbor kid, Jeff, that I didn't breathe. My dad was born without a sense of smell and I somehow got that confused with actually breathing and wanted to be like my dad. Jeff put his hand under my nose to confirm that I didn't breathe while I held my breath. Jeff turned out to be a huge blabbermouth and told everyone on our street and everyone in school that I didn't need to breathe. My 1st grade teacher questioned me about it and I told her that I wasn't sure why Jeff made the whole thing up because I never said that. I made poor Jeff look like a liar. Also, in middle school, my dad went through a country western phase. LOL. And he and his girlfriend took me to a place that had line dancing lessons, which happened to be connected to a bar. I told people that my parents let me go to bars. That she owned every CD ever made and had a pink Xbox that her mom got for working at Taco Bell. I was soapy about the CD one and quizzed her 4 weeks until she admitted the truth. Said they were going to be on Nickelodeon. Got to kiss the actor in the love scene. We were like 11. Could fly 20 people out to watch the taping. Got to stay in LA for free. Most of us knew it was BS, but it was funny to see. There was this guy in my class. Let's call him Robbie, because that's his name. Robbie quickly became infamous for balls at high school. He would constantly make crap up that just wasn't possible. If he had said them as a joke, then no problem. But he would defend every lie to the death, no matter how stupid they were. For years, he tried to convince people he had sponsorship from Red Bull, was a millionaire, and was a multi-time world motocross champion. We were 12. Because that's his name, made me spit out my drink with laughter. I jumped a granny on the Alpine Slide. The Alpine Slide was a tourist attraction at a ski resort that was intended to attract people during the summer months. Basically, you rode a sort of cart thing down a long slide down the mountainside. This kid claimed he had jumped over a grandma while sliding down. Needless to say, no one believed him. It would have been impossible. Growing up, I lived in an area just outside the district all my friends on my road went to school at, so basically all my friends never went to my schools, but I lived right next to them. It was weird. I was one of 4 houses on my road in a different district. Anyways, I used to tell my road friends about all these fights I'd get into at school and how I used to beat kids up all the time. I felt cool because by the time high school came around, I had a legendary reputation of being a badass in other schools, and I'd meet these girls out at parties that have heard of me because of that, and they thought I was some sweet, nice guy with a bad reputation, when really, I was always just a nice, sweet guy that never liked or wanted to fight anyone except twice in my life, both post-high school. Friend says that they have to go to West Africa for a funeral for the whole weekend. Despite people seeing her Saturday night, she's still stuck by the story. Well, I once lied about being a vampire, and a load of kids believed it too, for reasons I've never understood. I once threatened to bite a kid and he had a full-on screaming, crying panic attack meltdown afterwards. We were weird kids. He told everyone, except for me, that we had shared a Spiderman kiss. You know the one. He was upside down and I was right side up. I don't even know why that lie. Kissing me in and of itself was already an unbelievable lie, but to defy gravity, he needed his story to have layers, I guess. If you are new to the channel, you can subscribe. I publish new videos every day. Until then, check another video.
Perry.
De quoi? Désolé.
Perry de Tétranodon.
Ah, ok.
Bye for now.
On va juste 30 secondes. Ok, tant qu'il irait là. Peut-être.
Kids are back in my day, parents. What's the most annoying thing they ranted about?
Okay,
My friend's dad used to
donc
always tell us that
c'est-
if we were motivated, we could go to the nearest grocery store, get a job as a
Ok, donc
parent
c'était
within
mon
the store,
15e sur les
and
24. Eh,
My stepdad was
ça
a
va
newspaper boy at
bien.
14. I wasn't able to get a job until 16 and heard about it every day until then. People don't want to can't hire under 16 most places, and if they do can, they're doing literally nothing because of the child labor laws. The most annoying thing to me is how my parents complain that nobody, from my community, speaks our native language anymore. They say back in my day, everyone spoke our language and today none of you kids can. Guess what? The adults never taught it. It wasn't used in the homes. So how the frick are we supposed to learn it? And then I have people from the home country call me and speak and I'm like, you know, I barely understand. I can speak better than my siblings, but not that much better. And they yell at me. Don't blame me. Blame my parents. And my parents and my friends' parents, they can all blame themselves and not their children. My stepdad always rants about me not buying a home when he bought one at 21 years old. He always forgets to mention that it only cost him $22,000. Bet that home is valued at around $100K or more now, unless it was a shithole or not there anymore. My father likes to ramble about how back in his day he went to school and also managed to work
Je vais
to
pas
provide
prendre de
sustenance to his
potion.
wife and siblings. I think
Désolé.
it's possible to study and
Oh,
work,
ça va.
but you have to be extremely lucky to earn enough to provide for a family these days while also studying. I think American, if you're talking about the US economy, has fundamentally changed in the past 40-50 years, and yes, it is nearly impossible to work your way through studies while also being a bread-earner for your family. The most annoying thing they rant about is us not providing our kids the same life they had, and my great-grandparents owned several thousand acres at the turn of the century. They passed down land, heirloom furniture, or thriving farm, etc. The next generation split it all up, sold a lot of it to start their own business. The next generation the same. The last little plot of that is my mom's acre. Each generation inherited less and less. I will inherit nothing. I got no land to start my family with. Unlike them, no heirloom furniture, no money, nothing. My family looked down on me and my cousins for struggling, pretending they worked harder than we did, but they'll never know how hard our generation works for our kids. There's a saying that goes something like this: the first generation works, the second generation maintains, the third generation blows it all away, and the fourth generation works to get it back, and then the cycle repeats with the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, and so on generations until there is pretty much nothing left from the first generation. My grandparents. You can't trust anybody in this world anymore. Back in my day, there were no rapes or murders. Everyone was nice and cared for each other. No one hurt each other. First of all, that's a freaking lie. There were rapes and murders and horrible people back in your day. You just never heard of them because A, they went unreported to the police, B, you didn't have TV and crap to report on them, C, you just never paid attention and pretended it didn't exist. And my grandma also tries saying stuff like, oh, such and such city is dangerous. You can't ever go there, any place can be dangerous. There have been murders and huge H problems just miles from my house. But the news only likes to report on the exciting problems in exciting areas. Doesn't mean it doesn't happen everywhere. OMG, my grandma is exactly the same. She literally was telling me how evil the world is today with all the rapists and child molesters. And then later that same day started telling me about how her sister was
Ça commence à peut-être déjà péter. J'ai... Le truc, c'est que j'ai toujours pas fait de curio... J'ai toujours pas fait le curio crafting, hein. Ou le craft crafting.
My landlord summed it up nicely. You kids would have gotten shot for pulling out the stuff I did your age. Having to listen to the getting to school and back stories. I know damn well that you didn't walk 10 kilometers in snow that reaches your waist, through a forest with walls and no proper winter boots. We had one pair of shoes shared in the same house. I got them on Thursdays. My mother would try and blame my siblings, and I believed even when she was 14 she used to come home from school, watch the dogs, then dance all night. Turned out this translated to she would go out drinking and clubbing her own. Apparently those actual friends could buy for a quarter. Like great, there's not anymore. What significance does this have? Nothing. Also, absolutely love that they can flatly discount the effects of inflation too. In 1970, a quarter was worth $1.65 in today's money. It always drove me nuts when my parents would complain about how we never spent any time outdoors, because back in their day they'd be tramping through the woods at all hours of the night. I wanted to do that, but I wasn't allowed out. Dad, back in my day, if your dad made a joke about you and you make one back, he'd take you out back and beat you for disrespect. Me, that doesn't seem respectable. Beat people who you don't know. Didn't you teach me to not do that? Dad, that was extremely disrespectful and in my day I would talk to you with my belt for that. Well, they don't mean respect, they mean submissiveness. Not only when I quit a job in college and paid $8 each. I made $3 now when I was your age. I would have killed to make it. I'd chuck in something in inflation. But after I realized the money I made in a month would barely pay for one of my textbooks. And I was taking 18 credits and didn't have enough time to actually read them. Seriously, if nothing happened, it went Merry Christmas. Charlie Brown would make Sally ask me for 10s and 20s for Christmas is ridiculous. All firms, they complained about how busy they were. Specifically my brother and I didn't know how to use their numbers forgetting we had one in the house until I was 7. So I knew full well how to use one. My boss refuses to believe I know how to. Read the manual, like an actual folder paper. Write a manual, transmission, change it, operate a VCR. My parents always complained that back in their day the kids were always subjected to corporal punishment and were super submissive. They forgot that they already did that to me. They're just complaining that it didn't work that way. Not that they're actually submissive to my grandparents. Basically, I have bad parents, and they're bad people. Exact situation I have with my mom's side of the family. Traditional Chinese are strict, and they think that it helps teach when you nearly beat your kid to death multiple times in a month for not smiling or some crap. Car seats. I don't care if you drove around with a baby laying in the front seat of your car. You aren't taking my toddler anywhere without a
Il y a
car seat.
rien
This one drives
qui... Il a pas
yes,
bougé.
that my baby toddler needs a car seat properly installed in the car, not just sitting on the backseat floor. No, the straps do not need to be nice and loose so she can wiggle around. No, those aren't extra buckles. My dad won't be driving her anywhere. My dad is always bitching about today's athletes. How they choose money and hold out or don't play while injured. In any other job, you would go where the money is. Why is it you have to be loyal in sports? Sure enough, when KD was sitting out in the finals, he thought you could never get me to securing the finals. No matter what, then KD was himself and I crap you not. He ranted about you have to be smart about injuries or you just hurt your team. God forbid recovering from your injury and not risking your entire professional career. How I was always being a bad kid by ignoring them by playing browsing Facebook, while they ignore me when I ask them a question by browsing Facebook. Their excuse is, we are your parents, we can do whatever we want. You are our kids so you have to respect us. Back in my day, kids didn't talk back to their parents or give them attitude. If they did, they got a good beating. First of all, what you and your parents consider talking back is actually called having any sort of opinion different from yours. And yeah, maybe I do have an attitude.
Toi,
It should be
que tu pêches
expected.
une
I'm
fois
young
tous
and
les
stupid,
poissons
but not so
aussi, hein,
stupid that
pour
I can't have a
ça.
thought of
On
my
va
own.
avoir les
And any
distinctions.
attitude I do give you is mostly because my opinions aren't taken seriously and you don't listen to me. Like when if I'm a parent, I'd at least explain to my kid why something is wrong. I realize it can get tiring, but there's a certain point where you do actual damage when you just do that because I said so to a 14-year-old over and over again. My mom was from Cambodia during the time when they were communist. Every time I asked for anything, it's back in my day. This is how most conversations go in my house. Cookie dough is just an example. Me. Mom, can I get some cookie dough for later? Mom. Back in my day, we ate puns and we starved for days fleeing from the communist, dodging bullets, running around dead bodies, and you're asking Annie for cookie dough. You're so unappreciative and spoiled. But me, I know would have worked. All through my teenage years, my mom would get mad that I didn't know how to cook, or clean something good enough, or use something correctly, usually gardening tools. Act. When I was your age, I could run my family's B&B single-handed. Then when she was done telling me how stupid I was for not knowing, she'd take over and tell me to go away. Thanks for teaching me how to do it right. Out of date job hunting advice. No mom. Going in every day and demanding to speak to a manager is not more effective than being polite and applying online. Not necessarily my parents. They do this a little bit, but I think they also understand the millennial Gen Z point of view when I explain it to them well enough. But pretty much the general attitude of blaming social media for the perceived problems of today's youth. Back in my day, we didn't have the internet, so we actually played outside and knew how to talk to people face to face and made real friends. I mean, it's not like your generation got caught up in the paranoia of childhood disappearances to the point of forbidding us from leaving the front yard unsupervised and micromanaging our entire social lives such that we only ever met kids our age in. Organized institutions, school, sports, extracurriculars, etc. That usually ended up doing everything to discourage us from interacting with said kids anyway. And that you wouldn't let us hang out with other kids in our free time until you've met the kid and their parents so that you could decide when and where we had a play date. It's not like we were so socially stunted and starved by this that we grasped at online interaction because it was the one thing we couldn't figure out how to monitor. So it was the only way we could interact with others in a way that felt organic. No, clearly Instagram is single-handedly turning children into socially inept hermits. And of course the greatest generation didn't say the exact same thing about television, and their parents didn't say the same thing about radio, etc. Back in my day, we didn't have virtual reality P. We didn't even have the Sears catalog. We had to actually go to the store and get off the magazines. I miss the good old days. Having to walk 2 miles to the bus stop in the rain and snow, having to get a job at 15, buying her own clothes. I love my mom, but she grew up better than I did,
Drôle de nom
but
par
it just takes me
contre.
off a little.
Mais...
Back in my days, people weren't that soft and full of emotions because we didn't have so much free time. We were working, and if someone wasn't disciplined, they sent them to the military, and that's exactly what your generation needs to get there. Programmed because you guys have way too much time to think about your emotions. My dad said the same crap. Honestly, I'd rather be more in tune with my emotions than repressed 24/7. Living off salt, cod, and potatoes during the Great Depression. My father was already up there in years by the time I was born. But boy, the Depression days taught basically one-upped everything else we could bring up. My mother never liked her own mother's sexism and favoritism towards her kids while they were growing up. I was maybe 20 before I saw it in action. Grandmother had cooked a huge supper, and Mum told her to go relax while we did the dishes. Grandma, by then around 90, got up from her chair, took the dish towel away from my brother, and told him to have a seat and she dried the dishes. So maybe Mum had something to complain about there after all. Not my parent, but my grandmother, who basically raised me from age 8 to say by your age I was married, pregnant and working. What's wrong with you? She misses out the fact she was still living with her parents and her, no ex-husband, my bio Garanded, was in prison. I think I am doing pretty well for myself. I haven't got a job, but I am not raising a kid that I don't want like most other people my age in this day and age, and I am really trying to make a life for myself. How the world was safer back then, as if they didn't have the Zodiac Killer and Ted Bundy. You don't see a lot of high-profile serial killers nowadays. They just got sneakier. You kids get a trophy for everything now. You never learn how to try hard. Yes, when I was a child I got participation trophies, and they felt very patronizing. Also, I was 7. I didn't ask for the damn trophies. It was your generation who was giving them to me. I threw those participation trophies away so freaking fast BC it was so embarrassing. I didn't want them. I didn't walk around saying look at what I won. I hated them. My stepdad used to complain loudly and constantly that my husband wasn't willing to commute 6+ hours daily just like he did when he was my husband's age. I snarkily pointed out that maybe spending 6 hours a day driving instead of spending it with his family might have contributed to the collapse of his first marriage. My stepdad's usually great, but he just doesn't get some stuff. Young people today are snowflakes. Really? Your generation tried to get CDs banned because people said naughty words on them. My parents like to go on about how technology and lazy parenting is the excuse, yes. Excuse for why mental health issues are rising. You know, not because it's becoming less taboo to talk about it or anything. Their generation is the one doing the parenting, though. Back in my day, we didn't have the internet. Dead IDK if you've noticed, but we still don't have internet 90% of the time. It astounds me that in today's day and age of technology where we can send emails to the space station and cruise ships in the middle of the ocean have Wi-Fi, that rural internet is still not even close to reliable. When I got into my 20s, my parents pestered me day and night about getting married to not get older alone and because they deserved a grandson. I was a jobless med student. How the heck did they thought I could start a family without a solid financial plan, let alone raise a child? My dad used to complain about how we relied too heavily on him to get us to school and that he had to walk catch public transport, which we often did anyway, and just generally about how we were spoilt in many ways and have expected many things done for us rather than doing them ourselves. Then one day when I was in first year uni, we were going through old photos from my grandma's funeral and there was one of my dad at about age 10 in his school uniform with his siblings and an older man I didn't recognize all standing in front of her car at their child at home. When I asked my aunt who the man was, she said, "Oh, that was the family chauffeur. He was probably taking us to school." Now, well, we don't all have chauffeurs is my favorite response when my dad asks me to do something. Back in my day, you could smack your kids and discipline them. Nowadays, kids are running amok because parents don't kick them up the arms. Really? Is that why both of you are complete emotional trick-ups who have extreme anger issues? Also, something my dad says so often. Young people at work just expect to be the CEO straight away. What? Back in my day, we weren't depressed. We went out and made friends. It's those computers and phones that are making you antisocial. Back on your day, you guys literally went out every night, got blackout drunk, went joyriding in stolen cars and started fights with everyone. Sounds like you were looking for an outlet for your emotional anger. Back in my day, we worked for what we wanted. If you want to buy a house, you need to... It's proven that our money
come
is
on!
as far as yours.
That's
Back
like
in my
the
day, we had it harder because our interest rates were 17%. 17% on a $20 mortgage rate much less. Was married at 19 and owned my own home by the same agent have you at 21. You're 45 and still living at home. Why can't you be more like me? You have no drive. When we were kids, my parents always said I'll give you something to cry about and we always thought they were going dividends. Instead, they crashed the housing market. Back in my days, I had to take care of my brothers. Think, cook, do the laundry, clean the backyard, study and I got good grades. Okay, Mom, sorry that I had a 90 in my grades, but I also had to handle the after-school stuff that you forced me in. Like the office, sorry. How cars were safer, and how today's cars get totally trashed and wrecked. They're called crumple zones, and they say runs. How they only made $X dollars when they started out, which equates to dang near my mid-career salary after you factor in inflation. How eating your kids was good for them. Literally, I heard I was spanked with love. How talking about racist and bigoted crap was just good conversation. My father and boy coming to town this weekend. I'm sure I'll have more of these done by then. Parents, I want my kids to have a better life and not have to struggle like I did. If has their own opinion and personality. Parents, back in my day, I was being beaten for that. You deserve to be beaten. Go back to being property so that I can reel out what an amazing creator I am. I love violence. That's not my fault. But
You didn't make them
one
both.
day we were talking about crazy stuff going on with politics, racism, equal rights, etc. And he suddenly said I don't get all this racial stuff. Back in my day, the blacks had it
Well,
right.
I
They had their own
see.
bathrooms and water fountains. We built them apartments so they had a
Faut le
place where
péter,
they could
Caillou.
just talk about
Où
the
qu'il est là?
We were talking on the phone so she couldn't see the incredibles look on my
Ok.
face. I was speechless.
On va faire, mais, je vais faire en sorte de qu'il est là.
If I went on one date with a guy, we were already considered boyfriend and girlfriend. Back in my day, I went on several dates with guys a week, and we weren't considered very scary. Yeah, well, I would have been considered as if I didn't do anything. Back in my day, we had a black and white television with one channel. I low-key did my famous so we had to go outside and do things for fun instead of sitting in front of the TV all day. If you are new to the channel, you can subscribe. I publish new videos every day. Until then, catch another video.
Non. Pas de caillou pour toi.
Ah, non, Caillou.
Bye for now.
Oh, come on, je l'ai dit hier avant. Voilà.
Mine now.
10 years ago, our family cat had to have an operation and came back a much leaner cat. Yesterday, my mom revealed to me the cat had died during surgery and they had gotten an almost identical new one and never told us. Ribbit, what grey lies have your parents told you for your own benefit? My dad and I had rabbits growing up. One day, I'm assuming a dog got into the cage and ripped one of the rabbits to shreds. I remember vividly watching my dad picking up the rabbit pieces with a dustpan in the yard. When I asked my dad what had happened to Patches, he said he got a disease. For many years after, I thought rabbits could get diseases that made them spontaneously explode. My parents bred rabbits, always sold them to this Asian man in Italian families. I thought these people really love rabbits. Turns out they did, just not in the friendly fluffy pet kind of way. This is actually a grey lie told to one of my parents. My granddad was a pilot in World War II and when my mum was little, so that she wouldn't grow up thinking daddy killed people, they told her he just dropped leaflets, not bombs. This came out at a large family dinner. As it turned out, she'd never realized it wasn't true. The looks on everyone's faces as my mum asked him to confirm it was just leaflets and he conceded that actually the leaflets were somewhat dangerous and explode. They were quite something. Shortly after we got a new kitten, one of my other cats got hit by a car. My parents told me the cat sacrificed himself by pushing the kitten out of the way of the car. Kind of a weird thing to lie about, but I guess it did soften the blow a little bit. When I was really young, my dad ran over our dog Bruno on Christmas Eve and told us that Santa had run him over with his sleigh. For years, I believed Santa had accidentally killed our dog. Not sure how that was supposed to make things better. He could have said Bruno was adopted as a reindeer or something, not dead. Our pet potbelly pig was hit by a truck and it shattered his pelvis. The vet put him down cause there was nothing he could do. My dad just told the vet to incinerate the pig. When he got home, my mom and his kids asked Dad where the pig's body was so we could bury him. He got a bunch of junk, food from the freezer and blankets and stuff, and stuffed them inside a large garbage bag. We then buried the garbage bag. There was a eulogy. Food from the freezer. The vet didn't think you'd want him back, so he made some sausages. My mum replaced my Russian dwarf hamster Pocahontas about 5 times before finally she got fed up with it. I didn't find out she'd been replacing my hamster until a couple of years ago when some asked me how long hamsters live for and I said about 10 years and she laughed and then told me, Russian dwarf hamsters have weird but common infections. Mine is currently a pirate hamster, due to an eye infection. When I was younger, my parents employed a terrible babysitter for a while. She would let her own kids set fire to or cut up our belongings while she sat on her fat butt playing Tetris all day. I would race home after getting off the school bus in an effort to catch my father before he left for work, so I could get permission to go to a friend's house instead of to the babysitter's. I only found out in the past year or so that he didn't actually work out of time, but was suffering through depression. So, instead of just giving me permission to go to my friends every day after school, he'd lock all the doors, turn off all the lights, and ignore my knocking.
see.
Yeah, well, no, that's a much darker grey. When I was little, my grandpa used to go out to Las Vegas with some of his army buddies. So one day I came home from school. We lived with my grandparents, and I said, "Hey, where's Grandpa?" Mom said he went to Vegas with his friends. I didn't remember him packing, but just kind of accepted it. A week later, we drive to the hospital. I'm totally confused at this point. And there's my grandpa in a hospital bed. He had a massive heart attack, and since I was so close to him, they didn't want to tell me. My grandmother swears this never happened, and I'm imagining things, but I've gotten my mom to sheepishly admit to it. When I got my car at 16, my dad told me that if I ever ran out of gas, the mechanic would have to reprogram my car's computer and it would cost me over $1,000. I made sure to keep the tank at least 1/4 full of gas because I didn't want to have to pay that money to get it fixed. It probably kept me from getting stranded out in the middle of nowhere and was a pretty clever little story to tell because I was already a penny pincher back then. Almost 20 years later, I brought this story up to him, and my dad swore up and down that he would never tell me a lie like that. I have a friend that currently believes this. I don't know if his parents told it to him to keep him from running out on gas or if they actually believe it. Either way, I never say anything because I think it's funny. He's currently 26, for reference. We adopted a rescue racing greyhound when I was young. He was lovely and very fast. Unfortunately, he had to be put down quite soon after we got him because, according to my parents, he had something wrong with his brain from running around the track constantly making him dizzy all the time. I brought this up when I was in my late teens and my parents admitted that he actually had ripped the neighbor's cat to shreds. Racing greyhounds are trained to chase a mechanical rabbits, and so he was being too dangerous to live. Your parents' explanation was semi-accurate. The best lies are the ones that resemble truth. When I was younger, my parents got my siblings and I a golden retriever. He was the best dog in the world, in my 8-year-old eyes. One day he just started crapping all over the house, and a few days later he ran away. According to my parents, I stood outside in freezing cold weather for hours, crying and yelling his name for him to come home. Of course, he never returned. A few years ago, on a hunch, I asked my mom if that's what really happened, and she told me, no.
A cow?
Actually, a thermometer. The glass
Wait,
one's filled with
Mom,
mercury,
I'm
off of the
also
counter and
le
went
bête.
crazy, hence the crapping everywhere. So we had to put him down. At that point, I was old enough to understand that they did what they had to do, but they could have at least made me come inside and stop calling for him. They were probably sobbing uncontrollably at the sight in front of them. The image of you standing in the cold yelling for your dog is sadder than the ending of Molly and Me. Years ago when I was in junior high, my stepdad died from cancer. He and my mother knew this was coming, so they went and picked out a nice house to buy with the insurance money. Later Mom told me that he also wanted to take care of us, so he had set aside money for all of our college funds. Well, college comes up and Mom swears she never said that, so community college. So, my mom died when I was 15. She had told me that she was born in North Dakota and her maiden name was Youngblood. Shows up like that on my birth certificate. She also said she was an only child. Anyway, she passed away and my dad and I always thought that she never told us the full story. When we compared stories, she had told us separately the small details would never match, or something big would be different. My dad told me about the time he had found some wedding photo of her when they first got married, but of a much younger her. He said he could never find it again. So, about 6 years after she died, I was at home one day when my dad comes over the door. He was really serious and had this worried look on his face. He asked me to sit down. At the time, thought we were going to have an argument about dishes. He told me that he got a phone call from someone that I should know about. That someone turned out to be my mom's sister who neither of us had a clue existed. In one 10 minutes conversation, I found out the following about my mother. 1. My mother was born in New York and was 13 years younger than we had been led to believe, and she had given us a false birthday. 2. She never told us her real name. Her real name was not even close to the name we had always known her by. 3. I have a half-sister. 4. Her family was huge and lived on the East Coast. 5. She had been married to some guy in the military. 6. She never kept in contact with any of her family and they never knew about us until they tried to find her. That sounds spooky and intriguing. I desperately want to know more. My father told me Ringo Starr had to stop being Mr. Conductor on Shining Time Station because he lost his accent and was so embarrassed he would no longer appear in public. Apparently you haven't seen the Christmas episode that explains this. As a side note, how odd is it that George Carlin paid Mr. Conductor next? A bit off topic here, but I found out Santa wasn't real from my 4th grade teacher when we did Secret Santa in class. She started the topic off with, well, we all know Santa isn't real, so let's do Secret Santa in class, I cried. In 3rd grade, my parents were having a raging argument in the kitchen. I told me mom that if she kept yelling, Santa wouldn't bring her any presents. She responded, I am goddamn Santa, and stormed off. I was crushed. Me, at the age of 6. Mom, where do babies come from? Mom, babies come from mommy's bellies, when they are much older, and want to have babies. Me, so they just appear? Mom, yes. Me, then what are boys for? Mom, nothing really. I grew up thinking boys had no real purpose for existing. Let me tell you, sex ed in the 5th grade blew my world apart. Nothing really. Classic mum. Oh, I got a hunter. My family had got the full mix growing up, we called him Dewey. He was mostly my mom's dog, but me and my brother loved that. One weekend my mom, brother and me were leaving to go visit my grandparents. When we returned, my dad was acting weird and sadly told my mom that he had found Dewey dead one morning while we were gone. My dad said that he was old and he had died in his sleep in his favorite spot. He even took us to the nice little grade he made for us so us kids could say our goodbyes. Fast forward a few months and I have gone with my dad to his job so I could play with his boss's daughter. Me and the daughter are in the yard playing when we see the neighbor kids come outside with the dog. I stopped playing and asked to pet the dog because it looked so much like my old Dewey. I told my dad about the dog right before we left his job that day and he acted surprised and told me to show him which neighbor's house had his dog. My dad is talking with the guy who lives there for some time, then comes back and gets into the garden. It's that he boxed the dog. I asked, while we were off at the grandparents' house with he had taken Dewey and our 2 other dogs to a local swimming hole so they could get exercise by swimming because it was so hot. Unfortunately, Dewey had run off during the swim and my dad went nuts trying to find him for the rest of the weekend. By Monday he had given up and decided to fake the dog dead. Reason being because he couldn't bear to admit to my mom that he lost the dog. So he built a fake little grave and covered it in big pretty rocks so no wild animals would dig it up and told us the dog died of old age. He even threw his hat out making the right mound which got him out of the mission for quite a while. At this point I'm just so happy because Dewey is alive. I'm not even mad at my dad for lying. Dad says he talked to the neighbor who said we could take Dewey back. He just wants us to wait a few days to pick him up so his kids have a chance to say goodbye to the dog. We get back home and I bounce through our front door and before my dad can get a word in I shout to my mother that Dewey is alive. We found him. The mom is understandably confused, looks at my dad's guilty face and puts the whole thing together and proceeds to flip crap on him for lying about the dog. I didn't care though, because I got to get my dead dog back. He ended up living to be about 20. He was a good boy. TM. DR. Childhood dog comes back from the dead. I thought you were going to say that the neighbor ran off with the dog and you never got him back. When I was a little kid, I was sitting in a car at the store parking lot, waiting for my dad. So I see my dad coming back, and two guys approaching. They talk for a second, and he gives them his money, and they just walk away. Now, my dad was very cheap, and never gave money to anyone, and I've always had a friend ever because of this, and he just gave some two random dudes a hundred dollars. So I was like, yeah, glad he just said they needed more than me. Only years later, when they didn't pay, didn't reveal how they had a gun, and he got robbed. But it was so casual. He didn't look like a robber. They didn't pull out a gun or anything. They just showed it to him a waste. Like a good man. Good boy.
Ouais.
But he was my first
Allez.
so much feels ago. I had Rufus since I was one. Here we were going on vacation for the first time, and we dropped my dad Rufus off at my aunt's farm. About 20 minutes out of someone did babysit him while we were
Voilà.
He ran away, and I was heartbroken. 4 months
Oh,
later,
je parle pas
Rufus showed up at the end of the
beaucoup,
house.
je suis désolé.
He had a specific birthmark on him, so it was definitely the same cat. My dad saw him and
C'est
his
juste
jaw
que
dropped. He
j'ai
was with us
pas
until
grand chose à
18.
dire.
Found out later, at the age
Je
of 22.
roule sur
Aunt
le
was not
jeu,
interested
j'ai
in him. In fact,
aucun
they were trying to
commentaire à
get rid of
faire.
Pet. Rufus did not let that happen. My parents got owned. DR. Parents tried to get rid of Pet, lightly saying Aunt had to babysit. Pet finds his way home 4 months later, and that kid is the adult version of Homeward Bound. When I was about 7 years old, I came home from school to my mother sitting on the couch waiting for me. She told me that my bird, Noel, had died that day. I was so upset. A couple years ago, she admitted to me that she had a sinus infection that day and stayed home from work. The bird wouldn't shoot up, so she opened the bird's cage, set it on the back porch and let my bird go free. She thinks it's funny. The bird was kind of annoying, I guess. Just put a blanket over the bird's cage and it goes to sleep. Instant quiet. That my father's biological father got sick and died when my father was just a few years old. It turns out bipolar disorder and suicide might as well be stitched into the family crest. On the bright side, my generation is the first to benefit from better drugs and behavioral understanding. No, us. In your parents' defense, in a way he did sort of get sick and then die. They were just really sparse with the exact details and mechanics of it. Still, that's a really tough thing to inherit genetically, and I'm glad to hear you're doing better than he did. Keep on keeping on.
Je te vois te téléporter un peu, donc je sais pas si c'est ma connexion ou la tienne qui est en
My
train
mom's boyfriend at the
de...
time was a truck driver, and they told me he took it along for a ride with him once. He used as a pillow. He didn't have it when he came home, and he told me that he had given it to a little homeless girl, and it had made her so happy. I had proudly told everyone at school about the story, and even had my teachers pray for the little girl. I was in a Catholic school, and my mom was just sick of the thing, and they didn't want me to be upset she had thrown it out. She told me years later, when I happened to bring up the story, your mum is mean. My sister got a budgie on her birthday when she was very young. On the first night it escaped from the cage of our Bernese mountain dog ate it. My father woke up in the morning, realized what happened, raced to the pet store at the mall, bought an identically colored budgie and put it in the cage. My sister didn't learn about it until like 10-15 years later, long after the bird had died. He had forgotten about it but brought it up one day. Along the same lines, I had a goat and a duck. The two were inseparable. I mean that very literally. The goat raped the duck nearly every waking minute. At the time, I didn't know what they were doing. My parents just told me they were hugging, wrestling, whatever. One day, I came home from school and they were both gone. I was so sad. My mom made up a big, elaborate story about they had run off to have adventures together in the woods and that they'd be back someday. I eventually forgot about the whole thing when we got our Rottweiler. The other day I found a picture of my siblings and I carving pumpkins, and the duck was in it with us. I was like, oh my gosh, Mom, whatever happened to good old Sparta? The duck's name, and napalm. Goat's name I wish I had enough. The goat raped the duck to death, then proceeded to try and eat its corpse anus first. When my mom discovered the scene she was so disgusted she drove the goat to the nearest farm and threw it over the fence. My father went by later and talked to the farmer. He said he'd keep my dad updated. My dad actually kinda loved the little fellow. Not 2 weeks later the goat was ripped limb from limb by a coyote. Ah, childhood. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. I was told my grandma couldn't stand up for a long time because she was old. I wondered why my other grandma could stand up fine. Turns out she had bone cancer and my parents didn't tell me because they didn't want me to treat her differently. Growing up, we had continual squirrel infestations in our attic. It drove my dad crazy. So, we decided to buy a no-kill animal trap and release them several miles away in a nearby forest. They would disappear for a few days but would eventually end up their way home. This must have happened more than 20 times. Then one day, they stopped coming back. I asked my dad what happened and he explained that he drove them into the country, very far away, and released them. I never thought any different, until recently. One night at dinner my father confessed that he did not take the squirrels to the country. He put them into a plastic garbage bin, put a lid on, duct taped it shut and cut a circular hole in the side. He then ran a large PVC pipe from the exhaust of his car to the bottom of the sealed garbage bin and turned his car on. The squirrels died. My dad is Squirrel Hitler. I found a kitten under my brother's car. His car wasn't working at the time, and I brought it in. It was so long ago that it's hard to remember. Anyways, it was really cute and I took care of it, and my parents told me she ran away. But later my parents actually told me the truth, and the truth was that they purposely made it drink antifreeze to kill it. They're such buttholes. From the first until the third grade I had an English teacher who I really adored. She was always kind and happy and a generally nice person, always with a smile on her face. You could see that she loved kids and teaching. She always talked about moving to London. I'm from Russia originally. 2 months before my family moved to Germany she disappeared. I asked my mom if she knew anything about this and she said that my teacher finally managed to move to Britain. 10 years forward and the topic came up again, because I was curious why our teacher left without telling us anything. My mother told me that my teacher was on vacation on her land house and apparently 2 disgusting buttholes raped her there and killed her afterwards. I was so shocked and angry at my mother not saying it earlier. Now, being 22 I am grateful that my mom didn't tell me until I was old enough to understand. Still, I wish I had a chance to say goodbye and I hope these 60 got what they deserve. When I was younger, I had a pet goat. After a while, my parents had to give it away. They told me that they sent him to the farm that he was born on. Turns out that a Jamaican family bought him and ate him. Those jerks. When my dad died, my mom told me that he went in his sleep and it was painless. I was 16 at the time and I needed to hear that. It was only years later that my brother confessed how awful his actual passing was. My mom told us my dad was in remission. It's a miracle. A blessing from God. My family member said. She left out the part where remission simply meant the cancer stopped spreading and not gone as most people think. Quite a shock when 3 months later it was suddenly in his brain. Not technically a lie, just admitting the truth. My mum led me to believe that she had dated my dad for 5 years before they got married, and used to tell me several times only an idiot would marry a stranger. According to her, anyone who you haven't known for at least 2 years, etc. I'm with my so 6 months now and we are very serious about each other. My mum knows, so asked me a few questions, which prompted me to ask her outright how long her and dad had been dating before he popped the question. She muttered something non-committal, and when I pushed her for an answer, the truth finally came out. 3 months. He asked her to marry him within 3 months. She said no, lol, and told him to ask her a few months later. He asked her at 5 months. She said yes, and they were married before they'd been going out a year. I'm 22, and my mum managed to keep it a secret all these years. Well played, mother, well played. Maybe she was trying to warn you not to make the same same mistake she did without having to admit her mistake. This is not to say your parents don't have a good marriage, but maybe at some point and she realized that in retrospect she wishes she had known some things about her
okay.
husband's gotten to know him better before marrying him.
Ah ouais, c'est un roi
Our marriage
gay.
died.
Oui.
He was getting sick. My
J'ai
mom
pris
told us he
le-
died peacefully during
j'ai-
HDE night. Turns out my
J'ai
dad
vu un
snapped
coup
him
de
in the neck.
yaku, je sais pas
Well, at
quand
least
c'est
he
que
died
c'est.
quickly.
Ah,
My
tu
great
peux
grandpa was a
dépenser
soldier in
le
World War
couillac
II.
aussi, j'ai
Later
pas
on
eu
did
le
some
bec.
family digging and found out that he was in the Luftwaffe.
Ah.
Not all men who fought for Germany were
C'est
evil.
juste
In
que
the
j'en
same way,
avais
not all
plein
men
le
who fought
cul
for the
devant
USA
la
were evil.
face.
Not my parents, but my grandma denied knowing any
Okay,
details about our
fine.
national origin when I
Okay,
asked. She
j'allais
just said,
dire
whatever we
compris.
are, we love each other. She had an eerily apologetic tone. Later, my dad told me he knew definitively that we had Jewish, Polish ancestry, and he knew this because his grandparents, my grandma's parents, were first-generation immigrants and had been alive when he was a kid. I had a friend who didn't find out he was Jewish until he was 20. His grandmother had been old enough during the Holocaust to have it completely ingrained in her head to deny the My mum and dad told me and my brother that we got a hamster because they saved it from the cat flying illegal. Then when its eyes changed colour, they said hamsters could do that. We later found out that my brother had taken the hamster to bed with him, rolled over in the middle of the night. When he got back to school, my brother didn't realise. So my mum bought a new one before we came home. Your brother is an idiot. My dad, a World War II veteran POW, told us kids that the Germans never mistreated him or his buddies when he was a POW. It was convincing as he went on to tell us at length the stories of his time in World War II Germany. Many years later, when he was watching Schindler's List on TV, we could hear him in the other room telling his wife about how they did that to us, and that too, during certain seasons. Santa is involved. My trust was irrevocably shaken the day I found out Santa was simply an illusion used to manipulate me with my own greed. To make it worse, my parents didn't come clean about it. They just kept going, doing more elaborate things every year to convince me Santa was real. They still haven't had a talk with me about it, and I'm 40. My mom told me when I was 7, so my dad couldn't accuse her of lying to me in court during the divorce. When I was 15 years old, I had a normal white blood cell count and was suffering from anemia. My symptoms pointed to me having either leukemia or sickle cell anemia, which my parents never told me. It turned out I had a 1 in a million genetic disorder where my bones are slightly denser than a normal person, accounting for an elevated white blood cell count. When I was little, my grandpa told me my cousin Dana died because someone at school poisoned her milk. When I was about 25, I was talking to my mom about it and she gets out all of these newspaper clippings. Apparently, Dana's had been put in a camp because she had been caught taking drugs. She wanted out so badly that she ran away with when she told the council. They did not believe her and tied her to a chair until she died. Needless to say, the family at the camp shut down. I was pretty upset they had lied to me all of those years. But in retrospect, it was a really, really good thing I didn't know the truth. Not for my own benefit, if my parents told me that Milanos were grown-up believing something and that children weren't supposed to eat or it would mess them up, like oil or alcohol or one of those other things I wasn't allowed. Only stupid, irresponsible parents put them and their kids' lunches. If you are new to the channel, you can subscribe. I publish new videos every day. Until then, check another video. My format.
Voilà. Ah, mais tu vas me laisser m'antidoter, me soigner, voilà. La, la, la. Je vois le Kuluyaku souffrir.
Oui.
Oh.
Concentrate. That's one.
Allez,
Yo. Yo. Salut. Au revoir. Au revoir.
Kai.
Let's see.
Kai. Et Kai. Et Kai.
Too blunt.
Daycare workers read it. What is the most shocking family secret you have been told by a 3-year-old? With a group of 3-year-olds, we were coloring paper ties for Father's Day and talking about what their dads like to do. As the kids were calling out their dad's hobbies, one little girl had an epiphany. She gasped and shouted in excitement, "I have a dad." She had recently been adopted by her foster parents. That is actually the sweetest. I used to work at a church during the summer and one time a little boy just up and told me as we were walking to chapel that his daddy spanks his body with a wooden spoon after they go to bed. Obviously nothing illegal here, but it was a funny story and the parents were informed that their little angel knew of their shenanigans and to have a talk with him. This isn't exactly scandalous. The shocking things I have heard usually involve abuse. We had families from Texas moved to the daycare I worked at in Illinois. The boy would try and tell us stories, but we never could fully get all the details for it to make sense. It would usually go like this. Boy, you know who's bad? Me. Who is bad? Boy, the black man. Me. Who? Boy, the black man is bad. He hurts people. Me. What man? Why does he hurt people? Boy, the black man. He's scary. After a few weeks of this, the boy was the one to always bring the black man topic up. I finally was able to discovered that the black man was Darth Vader. I had assumed that perhaps this southern family had a streak of racism, but it just turned out I was prejudiced against southerners. I had a kid who would talk about white grandma and brown grandma. I finally asked what she was talking about because this kid and his parents were white. She called them that because of the color of their houses. Not sure if this counts. Wife runs one. Had a day off from work and the 6-year-old sits at the table next to me and we start talking about different fish in the world. His parents were divorced to their husband custody. He and his sister only come part-time. So I grab my phone and look up different tropical fish and
Come on,
so
game.
tells me he only likes his mom and sister, hates his dad, stepmom, and stepbrother. Talks about how he is going to light his dad's house on fire with the people he hates still. I told his stepmom about it when she came to pick him up. He went to therapy for a while. His real mom gets a new live-in boyfriend every month or so. Apparently one has given him whirlies a few times and another was a convicted child molester. The dad reports his crap to CPS but they never do anything about it. A dude I work with just had his second kid. His woman brother
Allez.
she met through her church's program.
J'ai réussi à empoisonner une créature de poison. Un monstre de poison.
Non, pas
sais pas
plus
si-
mortel que sien.
Ben, let's be fair. C'est le poison d'une créature. C'est le poison d'un monstre qui a réussi à tuer un dragon ancien juste avec ce poison.
I once had CPS called on my parents because I told my daycare worker there was nothing to eat and I was starved. True story was my mom hadn't had time to get groceries and asked my dad to go before I left for daycare saying something like, "You pick up the groceries." I didn't want her to starve for another day tomorrow. I actually had breakfast that morning but not usual and refused to eat at all. I never saw my mom so embarrassed ever again. When my son was 3 I bought my wife Titanic on video. Yes, it was a long time ago. For her birthday. He asked if he could watch it after nursery school. We said that it wasn't really a film for children. It was a film for grown-ups, like Mummy and Daddy. When I picked him up later his nursery teacher was stifling her laughter as he had been telling everyone all day that it was his mummy's birthday that day and that Daddy had bought Mummy a special video that only mummies and daddies could watch. This reminds me of my daughter, 5 at the time, yelling at me in the car one time because I was drinking and driving and she heard that you can hurt people and go to jail for that. I was drinking a bottle of iced tea. Little kid, just kind of babbling age. She couldn't talk properly but could say a few words. She was playing in the little playhouse and I heard her yell very clearly, "Get out of my house." Rat bastard, I wonder where she picked it up. My dad has a bit of road rage, and one time he was driving with my brother in the car and someone cut him off. My dad yelled, "Great job, dickhead," and from the backseat he just heard, "Dickhead, dickhead, dickhead." I teach 2-year-olds, and we were asking the kids what their parents' names were, just to see if they knew. I asked a little boy, "What's mommy's name?" He says, "Michelle." Then I asked, "What's daddy's name?" and he looks confused, as if he's trying to figure out the answer, but can't. So I asked, "What does mommy call daddy?" assuming he would say John. Instead he looked up at me and says, "Big Papa." I couldn't help but bust out laughing. I was a little keener in kindergarten and thought I knew everything. One day we had to make a family tree or something and I had absolutely no idea what my parents' names actually were. They made fun of me when I asked. I think I cried. Good times. No, seriously, it was a pretty dumb kid moment. I'd laugh at me too. My mom was a teacher and one time the fire department came to educate
j'adore
kindergarten
cette arme.
kids. They asked
Pourtant,
the
elle
kids to
va
name
pas
different
du
things in the
tout
house
avec
and the stove, the fireplace, etc. Then one kid raises his hand and says the weed is hot. I don't think anything ever came of it. It was not the nicest neighborhood and this kind of thing wasn't all that surprising. I had to give a fire safety presentation to a school of kindergartners at grade 6. We asked the kids to put up their hands if they had ever heard a smoke alarm go off in their house. One kid yelled out, "You're but only when mom is cooking." IDK if this counts, but a 3-year-old told me he had bellyache severally because mommy gave him too much CB juice. I said, "What's what?" He didn't know. I brought it up to her and she said like it was all normal and fine, even with a little laugh. Yeah, sometimes I give him a little bit too much NyQuil because a little crap doesn't sleep and I was like, no child that age should have any NyQuil. She laughed it off and said, "Oh, he's been getting it since he was a year old. Nothing bad has happened." And on top of that the kids always came his CPS was called. Liver damage though. I once had a little girl tell me she saw daddy licking mommy like a doggy. That was hilarious and awkward. There were a handful of really sad cases where children would disclose neglect.
Et de size.
One girl in particular had a meltdown one day when she had an accident in her underwear. Turned out that her mom would slap her around just gently
J'ai
enough to
fait
not
le
leave a mark and lock her in a
truc.
closet when she misbehaved, which included accidents. Needless to say, we reported the mother to CPS and did a rush job washing the girl's clothing so she
Hello?
could go home in the same clothes she wore to school, without her mom
Je-
knowing about the accident.
je dois
Lots of
faire
kids
des
spilling the beans
goodies
on
de
new
la
pregnancies
chambre.
or divorces, arguments between parents, or infidelity.
Gilbert.
Kids see and hear a lot and they tend to have incredibly good memory for that kind of stuff.
Nice.
They tend to have incredibly good memory for that kind of stuff. I'm just going to add that they seem to have a pretty good memory in general.
Je
I
ne
love the
réalise-
stuff my almost
je ne
3-year-old daughter where I
réalise
put whatever I'm
pas
trying to
que
find and she always knows where it is, whether it's my keys, wallet or the remote.
Tu sais que
I
le
have a
jeu te
3-year-old
donne la
who has
liste de
red circles on
tout
his
ce que
arms,
tu
legs,
récupères.
after spending the week with his
Oui.
dad. He told me that daddy burnt him with his hot smelly sticks when he was mad.
Alors
Dad was
pourquoi
burning the
c'est
kid with
que
cigarettes.
quand tu vas
Definitely got
checker pour
CPS
l'arme,
involved.
tu
Oh, that
réalises
stuff's
que
too
tu
heartbreaking.
l'as?
Poor little boy. Used to work out at daycare and the cutest little red-headed boy said I have to go drain my snake. He told us that's how his uncle announces he has to go to the washroom. That was 25 years ago and I'll never forget it. We had a kid who would say now, my beans when he hit his crotch on something. It made me laugh so hard. When I was a preschool teacher, we got a new student who would describe her home life with us often. One time she told a story that basically translated to her mom clogging the toilet and her dad struggling to unclog it. She would tell us so much about her home life. We even warned her mom be careful because she would repeat everything she
Bon,
sees. My son once told
de
his
faire
class,
des
and teacher
goodies
that he drinks beer every day.
de
It was
chambre.
Pepsi. He did not know the difference. I used
De
to
faire
tell
des
people about how my dad
goodies
would drink wine. It
de
was
l'électrique ont
I
été
was a nanny and one
récupérés.
time the 3-year-old
Donc,
asked, out
plus
of the blue,
vite.
why do daddy and mommy always go lower? Clearly sexual noises. After bedtime I just burst out laughing and said that maybe they are working out.
C'est ça, il y en a bien
I dated a girl
24.
with 2 kids. I was watching them while she went to the doctor. She had a serious medical problem and she wanted the kids to not be there and see her all stressed out. Was watching
Oui,
her story
c'est
with
ça,
her
12
3-year-old
par,
daughter. I
12
guess the
par
daughter
jeu.
started understanding that her mom
Assez
more than
pour
friends. She said,
remplir
"You hit
tout
mom,"
le
and I was shocked
truc
and I was
des,
what put that idea in your head? And she tipped up and said, "My dad
de
is
la
and she started
chambre.
crying. I just did my best. I explained to her that I would never hurt any of them and how people who love each other should behave and that her dad had a sickness that caused him to act strangely. He was an addict. I got her a popsicle and she calmed down as Lightyear and Woody were flying into the car. I was aware that her dad hit their mom, but I didn't know the daughter witnessed it or would even remember. I spend a lot of time scared that my children will remember my time with my ex-husband. I'm glad that people like you exist though. You did something kind of big for that little girl. My grandma owns a home daycare, and a female toddler that she babysat decided to try and pull down a male toddler's pants and kiss his pee-pee. My grandma immediately asked her where she learned that, and she said my daddy. My grandma reported it and an investigation was done, and her family was actually very grateful that she did it, even her dad. An investigation was done and they found nothing wrong and the parents 100% cooperated. Kids sometimes just say odd things, but they were glad to know that my grandma takes those sorts of things seriously. So I guess it's not a family secret, but my grandma certainly thought it could have been at the time. She probably just walked in on her parents at some point. When my daughter was 2, I had her little brother. Sometime when he was around 9 months old, she got pretty sick of him, and she was also in her daddy's king phase. So she would go around saying, "Daddy is my daddy, but he's not little brother's daddy." I always wondered if she spread that rumor in daycare as well. My oldest son, age 2 then, used to tell me, "Mama, I'm your baby. New brother is daddy's baby." Not a secret and not a daycare worker, but I do work with young children at a private tutoring company. But a little girl just turned 6. At my workplace, just turned to another girl who was being disruptive and calmly said, "Go and see a therapist, darling. You sound like you need one." It was hilarious at the time, but also kinda sad that the girl had heard that phrase often enough to be able to parrot it during an argument. This is why 6-year-olds shouldn't be allowed to watch RuPaul's Drag Race. Shitty, little, B. They tell me everything. If you lie to your daycare worker, your child will spill the beans. I have lots of 3-year-olds struggling with potty training. Every single parent will tell me they're working with the child at home. Your kid will tell me if that's true or if you're just putting them in diaper as soon as you get home. The biggest thing I've been told. One little girl mentioned how her grandma tries to breastfeed her. Her grandma picked her up every day from daycare and had her just about all afternoon with her, alone. We called parents and CPS. An investigation was done and grandma admitted to holding her like she was nursing but claimed they were just cuddling. From my conversation with the little one, it sounded like it was definitely going on. She was really detailed for an almost 3-year-old. Grandma walked away unscathed and still picked little girl up from daycare regularly. If you lie to your daycare worker, your child will spill the beans. Math, too true. I worked as a martial arts instructor for years, and one of our programs was for young kids, like 3-5 years old. Those little shoots lived to nut on their parents' boots. My mommy threw trash out of the car window on the way here. It was awesome. I had a kid call me a B before and slap me on the face. That one was fun. He was in the foster system, so he had already been through some things, I'm sure. It wasn't a secret, but having a pair of 4-5-year-old sisters revealed to me the details of their father's motorcycle accident that led to his death was heartbreaking. It all starts with my daddy is dead and ends with he wasn't wearing a helmet. Spoiler alert. The story is terribly tragic and lengthy. Oh, a girl who has a questionable home life pointed to a cop car and said, "It's the popo, but they took mommy away once and now I don't have a mommy anymore." Not super shocking, but I worked at a daycare for a couple of years and the 2 stories I remember the most was when a little girl said to me when daddy takes a bath, mommy shaves his back. And another little girl that admitted when her dad watches her in the tub. Sometimes he would drop a turd in the toilet. That latter one, her dad came to pick her up that day and I could not look him in the eye. Connor when her dad watches her in the tub. Sometimes he would drop a turd in the toilet. Efficient. Pretty mild, but a surprising and cute snipper. I was working in a 4-year-old classroom, drawing pictures, having a great time, and the little girl is showing off her art. There's a stick figure for mommy, daddy, little sister, herself, and one more. They're a family of 4. I inquire about the 5th stick figure, and the artist casually says, "Oh, that's the baby in mommy's belly." Dad came to pick up that afternoon, and we delicately asked if his wife was expecting. Everyone liked to share that info, especially early on. His response, "Oh crap, we forgot to tell. Daughter, she couldn't tell anyone yet. Busted by a preschool art." I worked at a childcare center in high school with a pair of twins. One who appeared to be mentally disabled, with an older sister came in. Not 3-year-olds, but not very old. The little boy had these weird scars all over his arms and legs like old cuts healed over. The older girl, maybe 5 or 6.
Cherchez le pilote supplémentaire.
His twin sister had gone after him with a knife and rolled up her sleeves to show me the same marks all in
Je
her
peux
arm.
pas spammer mes contraits sur
Her
ça.
parents apologized for not warning me when they came to pick her up. Never saw them again. Creepiest little girl I've ever seen.
Chercher le piloteur et buggy lui te chercher.
I can't believe that this is not the first. Once the plot is mine. Older little girl and boy, about 3 and 1. They were in foster care and had great foster parents. So they would get picked up about once a week by a social worker and taken to their parents' visits. Well, one time when they came back to the
Le truc,
first
c'est que si on me donne
non-stop,
je pourrais jamais le faire. Et le reggae sont partis.
He's off to the hospital. It happens to the little 3-year-old. But he starts throwing up and then not being able to breathe. So we're all like, WTF is going on? The owner goes to the hospital with the kids and calls later to let us know what was going on. Turns out the real parents poisoned both of the kids. They turned out okay. The little boy had a lot more in his system and was in the hospital for a few months. But overall, everything went back to normal. Needless to say, the parents went to prison. Their reason for doing it was because if they couldn't have them, then no one else was raising them. Which made no sense because they were fairly close to getting them back. You never know how crappy some parents can be until you work in childcare. What the frick? Had a 3-year-old tell me, and other teachers that my Gina hurts. Not exactly a sign of abuse, but I had to tell the director and did an investigation.
Est-ce que pour toi aussi le reggae ne bouge pas?
Non, pour moi, c'est toi qui bouge pas.
Ok, donc il y en a un ou deux qui va être déconnecté.
Holy crap, this one's sad. When you lived in Japan, my son went to a 24-hour daycare. There was one little boy that had it for 2 weeks before the authorities were brought. He was abandoned apparently.
Il y a une erreur de communication de mon côté. C'est moi qui ai fait les cours.
Jump in the car and zoom there as quick as I could, and there is a police car already there.
Et là, c'est moi qui va devoir rejoindre.
The marks on her chest and back were from when I beat her. Police officer looked at me and told me it was
J'ai
very serious,
fait
but I
en
just about
sorte
to
de
investigate
le
because I can't
faire le
imagine.
plus
My beautiful
possible
daughter
avant
was then I
de...
remembered what was actually on her chest and back and burst out, laughing like a maniac. My daughter had hives from her allergic reaction a couple of days before and they were still slightly visible even with the cortisone cream and antihistamines we were prescribed by the doctor. Had to explain I never beat my child.
Ouais, pourquoi je continue à chasser? J'en ai plus besoin.
Special cream that I was behind her to get rid of all the bees. Police officer had a giggle and the daycare teacher looked like she had swallowed some lemons when I pointed out that only hours before I had just handed her all the proper documents. Doctor's note, description of her allergy plan etc. Along with adult cream and medication for the hives. Oh man, this is my biggest fear. My child says the most random things and makes stuff up a lot. I'm always terrified he is going to say something inappropriate at daycare. Had a very troubled little girl who was already taken away from her parents and living with the dubious grandparents. She came in one day with a sizable wound on her head, nearly hidden under a hairband. I was doing one-to-one work with her in the garden when I noticed it and asked what happened. She tells me offhand that Granny got angry and threw a toy car. Followed protocol, reported it, and then it was out of my hands. I wish it was the only thing that I needed to report with her. Poor kid. 2-year-old girl to my mother, a nursery teacher. My mother says you black. My mother, yes, I'm too yo. My mother says she doesn't like black people. My mother is, obviously, black and a nursery teacher in a country where most are black. African American Europeans. People are temporary residents only. So most locals have never really interacted directly with black people. Bonus, this little girl is light brown skin. Arab and apparently was also told by her mother that she is white. PTO, beats about little girl's physical appearance. Also, I won't go into a debate about the whole Arab classified as Caucasian or white or sensitive in the US thing, but essentially my point is regardless of if we believe that girl was white or not, her conversation with her mother reflects how she absorbed what her mother told us. That's her introduction to race relations. That her mother doesn't like black people. It was shady of her mother's part at best and irresponsible and potentially damaging at worst. That's sad. I hope that 2 years grows up loving her nursery teacher and isn't as bigoted and misled as her mom. Not a daycare worker, but worked at the summer camp. A year before, one of the counselors was arrested for lewd conduct with kids. Though the incident, S, did not happen on camp, the counselor was known by all the kids. The first summer camp after the incident, one of the kids came up to us and asked if we would touch him like the other guy did. That's not not daycare, but interning at the school. I was in one class and there was that one boy who took to me right away. He seemed a bit lonely and socially awkward and sought out adults rather than other kids. The second day, he told me his mom left him and his dad about a year ago because she didn't want him anymore and he had just lost his grandma last month and now he was sad all the time. Another time he and another kid were lingering around after school out and I jokingly asked them if they could not get enough from school. He said no, he'd rather always be in school. He was always alone and he also, all he did was work and complain. If he couldn't want to sit in school, I really didn't know what to say to that. The kid was super bright and on top of his class but so sad. I talked to the teachers about him and they confirmed he had a pretty sad and flipped up home life. I taught the problems. It's as the day wound down and the number of kids in the building dropped. They would slowly all fill into one room for playtime and to basically wait to be picked up. I was the teacher in charge of the end of day playroom as well. There were two 11-year-old twins who were constantly happy, outgoing rays of sunshine. One day, they just weren't. I asked them if everything was okay. Apparently, over the weekend, their family had gone out to dinner in the movie. Took about 3-4 hours.
What?
When they returned, their house was a blood. Apparently, their 3 dogs had gotten into a fight which resulted in one dog dying. The girls walked along the 2 surviving dogs, covered in blood, eating the 3rd dog. Apparently, their parents enrolled them in therapy almost immediately and it seemed to help a lot. Holy crap, I think I need therapy after reading that. My nephew and my brother-in-law for cheating one morning at breakfast. He and my sister were separated but working it out until little Cam said mistress was over for breakfast this morning. Not a family secret, but on more than one occasion I was the first to their first steps. The first time I met him, he was walking around my
Le
sister,
vie introuvable.
so I realized my mistake and said while I held his hands the next week she let us know he took his first steps after that I never mentioned it when a kid walked for the first time.
Donc en gros, le levier a été
We
détruit.
were mad at each other and said our words. We had a policy stating we never told the parents the kid took their first step. They had enough guilt leaving them with us. We didn't want to make things more painful for them. I'm putting together
Donc, à nouveau,
my school whole text for daycare. I have taken screenshots of all the texts I would get throughout the 5 years she was there. Once I was giving her a bath, I think she was announcing, and she wanted to use my audio.
Pourquoi ce soit nécessaire, c'était la dernière fois.
okay.
Texted daycare. A daycare provider is a friend of mine whom I've known since kindergarten. That's right to let her know what happened because I mean she'd say mommy burned my home. The texts I got the next day could only be described as epic. She said something like mommy used her soap on my car and it burned and I cried. But I told mommy I know she didn't mean it but don't ever use that burn soap again. I watched TV and I stopped crying but then I cried again because I had hoppy and mommy felt really bad so I said no more burn soap. If I weren't so close with my daycare provider that could have ended very badly. Possibly with a visit from DCS. Another fun one. Daycare provider was driving and said crap. Apologized right away and my kid hikes up to the back seat. That's okay. My mommy says that word all the time. And she says frick to the cat. I do. The cat is a freaking butthole. I can't stop rereading this. If you are new to the channel,
bonne chance dans ta quête.
I publish new videos every day. Until then, check another video.
Pas qui est un connard. Tu vas arrêter de bouger partout, oui?
Bye for now.
Très bien. Parlez!
Yo Gogeta, comment ça va?
Gogeta, comment va? Oh, mais t'arrives juste à la...
J'arrive à la fin du live. J'ai complètement blitz.
Ah, mais il est là, je crois qu'on pourrait essayer de faire 1 heure de plus. On va pas partir jusqu'à il arrive.
C'est toi qui fais le live aujourd'hui, donc c'est toi qui décide.
Défoncer les... J'étais qui s'en va. Non mais tu te...
Oh ouais, je suis plus dans le... J'ai été forcé de déconnecter du lobby, je vais pouvoir ajouter les figurines dans la chambre.
Arrête de m'empoisonner.
Tu demandes
Oui.
à un monstre qui utilise du poison pour se battre d'arrêter de t'empoisonner.
Mais il m'a empoisonné 3 fois d'affilée juste au moment où j'étais clous empoisonné. Et là,
C'est
il est
un
en train
peu
de
le
frapper ses
concept du
enfants.
machin, hein.
Oui.
Ok, le Vegeta il est venu, il a fait un yo, il est reparti.
Ok.
En tout cas, je vois pas dans la liste des viewers. Donc, voilà.
Il est bleu, allez, marre. Il est en train de retourner à la première zone.
He's fixing.
Oh, mais j'ai utilisé tous mes trucs d'herbe pour me désempoisonner. Oh, il y a 5 potions. 5 potions, 5 antidotes. Il dort.
Ah, sur ma Sunbreak, je suis passé en mètre 120, j'ai... Oh, t'es toujours là?
Boum!
Et j'ai en fait débloqué les 4 anomalies niveau 103. Ah oui, t'as bien grindé. T'as bien...
Je viens de sauter dans son image de poison. Je suis déception.
T'as bien avancé. Moi, j'ai terminé Sunbreak. J'ai quasiment fait tout... J'ai quasiment rattrapé tout mon retard au niveau des monstres, des nouveaux monstres des Title Updates. J'ai réussi à parler. Et c'est ça. Il me reste à faire le post-game, il me reste à débloquer le Curio Crafting, il faut que... il y a tellement de trucs.
Et moi je suis en train de souffrir avec le Rogi. On essaie plus de très fort de tuer l'autre, mais ça fonctionne pas.
Ouais,
Voilà!
non, je suis pas dans la... je suis pas dans la quête, moi.
C'était en gros en plus. Et je suis sur le couloir Yaku passé en arrière.
Let's see.
En mode, je ne suis pas là. Veuillez m'ignorer. Ok, c'est 2 brises, donc j'ai 2 démons. Je peux faire une flèche. Oh. Ah, j'y suis presque. Je pense.
What is the creepiest family secret you have discovered? Serious. My grandmother was addicted to those speed dial pills of the late 1960s and had a collection of wigs that she used to impersonate other
Mais
people
ouais,
with their
comme le
prescriptions.
dit
She
plus
had gone through a
tôt,
lot of
t'es
life
arrivé à la
Her mother died
fin,
when she was
ça
6, and her dad remarried 6 months later to a woman who used to starve her and only let her eat leftovers. She married at 17 to a man in his late 30s to just get out of
t'es
the
arrivé à la
house.
fin
Her
du
husband,
live.
my grandfather, committed suicide in 1961.
Donc,
My mum was only 1 year old, leaving her alone with very little money and 4 kids. She had wigs because she lost her
Ah
hair
bah,
in the aftermath of
crée
a
un
divorce and
lobby.
stress. She still had them when I was a kid in the 90s and I used to wear them for fun, although I didn't learn about their true purpose until a long dinner on a family holiday many years later. She told her entire life story from the start and every detail has stuck in my mind. She stopped the pills cold turkey when she saw the police at the house of one of her neighbors, one of the women she'd been impersonating. It scared her straight. To look at her later in life, you would never have guessed she went through anything. The diet pills weren't even the end of it. She had a rough time with the menopause later on, got pregnant in the early stages, which then sent her a bit off kilter and she was sectioned because she kept sticking her head in the oven and the doctors didn't properly understand why at the time. Full stop. She was the sweetest little old lady you'd ever meet, although she had a wicked dry sense of humor. All of my best memories growing up were with her. I was always the awkward weird gay kid who wanted to be myself, be creative, dress up. She was honestly my best friend. She died surrounded by her family in 2014 in her 80s. My aunt is still addicted to those speed diet pills and travels over state lines to get them. 8 hours round trip, 4 hours in a waiting room. To be fair, she is overweight.
Au niveau des talents,
A few years ago, one of my dad's cousins did one of those DNA kits. A few weeks later, she was contacted and told that there were several close relatives in their database.
Par contre, je préfère clairement le nom de notre monstre-là en anglais. Dis pas trop chat parce que là, t'es en train de parler d'un monstre qui est arrivé dans Title Update.
My grandma and her 9 siblings are very close, so when they each got a call saying a family member had died and they had inherited a large sum of money, they thought it was a scam.
Et vu que j'essaie de garder la surprise.
So had her husband. They had no children, so the closest relatives were my grandma and her siblings, and that's how 10 religious people in their 70s and 80s learned their dad had cheated on their mom and they had a half sister they never got to meet. Oof, that must be easy. My great grandmother just likely put a hit out on my great grandfather. My great grandma married my great grandpa and had a beautiful tan brown haired girl. Then my great grandma gave birth to a blonde haired, blue eyed girl. Shortly after, my great grandpa was found murdered in his truck on the side of the road. He used to give the immigrants rights to work in the police.
Voyons voir à quoi ça
The problem was
ressemble
he was
ces
found with his
talents.
wallet, money and all his belongings. He was also known as a kind.
Augmente les puissances d'attaque sur la tête de la jauge. Oh! Selon la tête de la jauge rouge. Une forte attaque donne une endurance infinie. Ça peut être intéressant si t'es quelqu'un qui arrive à pas se prendre de dégâts. Augmente l'affinité.
Non.
Dégâts élémentaires plus 10% sur les attaques
Discord, arrête de flasher.
sur les attaques points faibles. Augmente les dégâts des coups critiques de 35%.
Voilà.
Ralentit la baisse de la jauge rouge lorsque vous utilisez le parchemin de transfert bleu. Ah! Tant que vous avez du rouge, impossible de s'évanouir. Oh, ok. Soif de sang, c'est infect... Ah, ouais, mais...
Allez.
Les dégâts, les effets reçus augmentent. Après une guérison, l'affinité augmente, ouais. La base. Après, augmenter l'attaque lorsque vous avez subi des dégâts temporaires. Zone rouge de... Ok. Niveau 5, donc niveau 5 c'est... Ça donne plus 25 d'attaque et union plus 18 d'attaque. Plus 4 d'attaque élémentaire plus 15% de fiction. Désolé, je suis en train de lire les... renforce temporairement les attaques après la fin de... Oh, ok. Hein. C'est risqué comme armure. Mais, comme talent.
Voilà. Je vais laisser le code quelques minutes, voir si Gauchetta veut rejoindre. Voilà.
Mais bon, je me débrouille bien avec mon armure de Sérégias. Donc, je vais pas me plaindre.
Alors, en ce moment, Gauchetta, pardon, Gauchetta, on est en train de fermer pour construire les armures et les armes qui me manquent.
Je vais faire un 100%, un vrai 100%. Je vais faire un vrai 100% et donc ça veut dire qu'il faut qu'elle fasse toutes les armes upgrader jusqu'au niveau 10 en Master Rank. Est-ce que ça veut dire que les armures, tu dois les améliorer jusqu'au niveau max?
Non, juste en moins les faire.
Ok. Ouais, parce que tu vois juste avec mon armure.
Oui.
Wow! Ah oui, il y a quelqu'un qui est flashy niveau armure.
Pas du tout ça, Ouais, on vient de voir ça, hey!
Oh non, mais son armure est flash.
Il est où?
Il est ah oui, Gogeta,
Ah.
c'est va à Kamura pour que si tu veux qu'Alex aille te voir.
Rang 2.
Oups. Oui.
Got everything you need.
C'était
Just tell me what you
Moi j'étais... J'ai vu un- J'ai vu
Avec
un...
le somme, du drugs.
quelque chose de tellement... J'ai vu... Je m'attendais pas à ça en fait. Je m'attendais tellement pas à, à ce qu'il ait cette apparence quand je l'ai vu. Ah, ça m'a surpris.
Voilà.
Non, c'est pas toi que je voulais parler, c'était elle.
What quest would you like?
Les morceaux avec le somme.
May the spirits protect you.
Voilà.
Car? Ah non, ouais, non, Magnuson c'est pas un corps. C'est nouveau ça.
Oui. C'est le vrai qui
Hey,
qu'on
le
vient de
voici.
finir.
Il est dans dans le hub des chasseurs.
Time to go.
Juste ici.
Juste ici.
Standing by.
Oh, il est classe.
I'm still busy.
And I'm walking for now. Time to go.
Il y en a pas. Je pense pas qu'il y a besoin de manger que j'étais.
Oh, mais son chien. Oh.
Ouais.
Il est beau.
C'est l'un des monstres de Title Update qui me reste à affronter.
Oh, ça rend du rêve, ça.
Yeah, non, c'est juste que quoi, la vingtaine de fois que j'ai essayé, à
Oui.
chaque fois j'arrivais au moment que le machin faisait une nuke
Oh.
qui finissait la quête. Je vais prendre un peu de viande. On avait dit la Knossom.
Le somme, il est un peu plus loin.
Va vraiment falloir que tu débloques les camps.
Oui. Et je suis allé le monter. Oh, oh. Et là, si ça conduit comme ça, je... Oh. Oh, Gauchette a fait la route avec moi. Le monstre va mourir avant même que j'ai eu le temps de le rejoindre.
Wow! Oh! Wait, y en a un là? Interesting.
Oh.
Oh ben, je vais faire demi-tour parce... Ok, donc il y a un point Je vais chercher. Je vais aller me le débloquer.
Ok. Un point de téléportation pour les chiens.
Ouais, en mastering, t'as un truc comme ça qui arrive. Là. Voilà.
Je suis toujours en train de pourrir. Ah.
Oui.
Oh. Je suis bientôt au camp.
Et par contre, Gogeta et celui...
Oui.
Gogeta, vu son rang, il devrait avoir débloqué quand le curio crafting. Et si c'est le cas, il va te... Et
C'est ça.
J'ai trouvé que je faisais beaucoup de dégâts.
Oh, ça va. Ouais.
Si tu croyais que je faisais beaucoup de dégâts, t'es pas prête.
Ça va accélérer le farming à une vitesse.
Oui.
Ok, le sous-camp a été trouvé. Juste ici.
Ah, je sais pas ce qui est parti. Ce que Gogeta est parti faire.
Quand même.
Ouais, c'est pas même.
Fait que, oui, j'ai réussi à l'empoisonner. Il est empoisonné.
Ouais,
J'ai réussi, mais je me suis dit qu'il y en a aussi que tu
ouais. Oui, c'est... C'est 1017 en défense.
Ah oui, mais là, tu...
Attends, j'ai combien en défense, moi? Ah oui, j'ai 790, moi.
T'es prêt à tanker absolument tout et n'importe quoi, là.
Et le pire, c'est qu'il peut encore se faire défoncer par certains monstres. Mais vu que... les monstres font encore mal à ce niveau. Parce que les monstres qui sont rajoutés sont faits en imaginant que tout le monde aurait cette défense.
Ok.
Ou presque. Il est en train de se ramener avec...
Avec Winnie.
oui, avec l'Orzeros.
J'ai raté.
Yes! Ma voix, j'ai voulu faire le... J'ai voulu faire le miss de Mario Party, ma voix est craquée.
T'as miss les miss.
Oui.
Je vais faire mal à dire. Allez. À moi de mon
Vas-y.
tour.
Je vais les récupérer parce que je sais pas si j'ai une arme d'Akhenaton de disponible.
Oh, il y a plutôt qui sont juste des monstres de puissance et moi. Je suis là. Allez, 10 de dégâts. 14.
Oui. 14. 80, 100 pour moi.
J'ai amené Billy au travail.
Ouais.
Don't mind if I do.
C'est très fort. Je suis tout un petit moustique. Oh, oh.
Donc ouais. Oui. Ça se peut qu'à un moment donné, je fasse des lives. Ben. J'imagine que quand on aura fini Pokémon Scarlet Violet, je vais passer sur Monster Hunter 3 sur Wii U.
Ouais. Ah oui. Oh, j'ai 98 en défense. Je suis vraiment le petit
Ah.
Billy qui est là.
That is cute.
Pour faire acte de présence.
Ouais, donc ça se peut que bientôt je fasse que je fasse des lives sur Monster Hunter 3.
Shortly after he was murdered, she married his best friend, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man, bonus creepy. Her first daughter, my grandma, was a strict Mormon who had inherited some of her mother's disdain for children and general displeasure of happiness. When she passed, we were going through her belongings, mostly church records and clothing, only to find a box full of papers on witchcraft and specifically witchcraft of our town. Common disdain for children and general displeasure of happiness. Words to live by, my friend. My mom told me this over dinner a few years back like it was no big deal. When I was 6, my grandma mother side wanted me to sleep over at her place for the weekend. It's noteworthy that she never really liked me. I remember her as a cold witch. 6-year-old brain. Her housekeeper was nicer to me than she was. My mom said no, she won't let me sleep over at her mom's. Granny got really angry, saying something along the lines of you will regret this. So she didn't hear from her for a while and went to the house to check up on her. Granny was beside herself with sleeping pills. Here's where it gets creepy. My mom found her diary and her last entry was things like, granddaughter, me, is rotten, needs to be killed and it's her job to do so. My name was in her calendar for that weekend. Basically, my grandma wanted to kill me when I was 6. I'm really glad my mom trusted her gut and said no to the deadly sleepover. My dad once found a mummified human foot just chilling in a trunk in his basement. My grandfather was an orthopedic surgeon who was stationed in New Guinea in World War II and by all accounts was never quite the same after the war. Our best guess regarding the foot is that he belonged to one of his patients and either had some sort of abnormality my grandfather found interesting, or he was just super proud of the amputation job he did. My dad and his buddy, who were 12 or 13 at the time, naturally decided that the best course of action was to hang the foot from the front porch of the hill they were crushing on, and apparently no one in town batted an eye over it other than thinking it was a good prank, and that this is how I
Alex,
met
ça
your
peut
mother.
pas...
That
Ça
my
peut pas la
grandpa was a
faire.
drug addict and was eventually cast out of the family. My aunt woke up one night to find him in the house, talking to a real estate agent. He snuck in and tried to sell their house while they were asleep. He also double mortgaged their house, so he got basically all my nan's income. When my nan tried to move the family away from him, she realized he had almost no money due to this.
Les draps
Thank God, she said
royales.
it was okay because men are supposed to control the bank.
C'est-
He was stuck
c'est-
because of him, and he was leeching off their money and there was nothing she could do about it. My cousin Eric died of AIDS-related cancer. He never told anyone about it, and he died suddenly with no contact with anyone outside of his family. He was maybe 8 when he passed and I don't think I met him more than once. He was only in his 20s. It always makes me sad to know that there were
Ah,
so many
c'est...
men and women who died alone because of the AIDS crisis in the 80s. My grandfather from my mother's side died
Alain,
when I was
si
born.
présent,
I was
est
always told
encore
he
que
fell
dans
off
le
the
low
balcony.
rank,
And you
gauche
also
et
don't find out
ça.
what really happened. When I was, I think, 13, my mom was telling the story to my uncle's girlfriend while
Encore
we,
le
my
bec
mom,
de la
uncles
cuisine.
GF and me, we are sitting at the table. I was just minding my business, while my mom was whispering to my uncle's GF. At some point I heard my mom tell something about her dad, and I started listening to what she was saying. She explained that her dad was an alcoholic, and could be pretty abusive at times. When he got drunk, he would sometimes threaten to kill himself. On the night before my mom's
Ça
birthday,
raison,
after he
t'as
put her and her
pas
siblings'
encore...
bed, he got drunk and threatened to throw himself off the balcony. He stood on the edge of the balcony, on the other side of the fence thing. Can't remember what it's called in English. Sorry. My grandma tried to calm him down and to get him safe inside. It worked. My grandfather calmed down, but instead of getting inside, he accidentally let go of the fence and fell off the balcony. He probably thought that if he landed in the correct way, he wouldn't break too many bones or something. So he tried to move while in the air. It didn't work, and he died. So yeah, when my mom woke up the next morning, on her birthday, her father was dead. Some details may be wrong. It's been, like I said, a year or two ago since I heard this story, and frankly I'm too timid and kinda scared to ask my mom the whole story again.
Bienvenue dans mon stand avec Alex.
On a balcony, it's usually called a railing. On a staircase, it's called a banister. Also,
Je suis
it could be
faible.
called a handrail in either case. Fence is pretty close, though not
Oui,
even a word, but
ça
enough to get the meaning
ça
across.
toujours été comme ça
My
avec ça.
father's parents both died in the 90s. Around 5-10 years ago, I did a 23andMe test, mostly for kicks and to look out
Même
for
la
any
première
health
fois
issues.
qu'on a
Last year,
joué
I was contacted by someone through the
ce
service who was trying to find blood relatives
Arise
of her
pour la
parents had been
première
adopted
fois
in
avant que
infants, and we had a pretty strong
avant
connection. Long story short,
que tu
my
décides de
grandfather had an affair in the
recommencer.
1950s and
Oui.
father twins. My aunt and uncle were pretty flawed to
Ça-
find out they
ça
had
a
half
tout le temps été
siblings.
comme
My
ça.
father died 4 years ago from
Ça a
suicide,
pris,
so he never knew.
plus-
To
beaucoup
get even
plus
weirder,
longtemps que
my
toi
mother grew up with
avant
these twins
vraiment
after they had been
comprendre le
adopted. She was friends with my father's half siblings decades
Oui.
before she married him. My grandfather had a little crazy aunt who lives in the attic.
Là,
His father's sister had some
là,
sort of
ça
mental
va.
illness, and they
Normalement,
were apparently
si
worried
avec
about how
des
they would
bonnes
look for the
séances,
family.
tu peux me
So they
faire
locked
de
her in the
quoi?
attic of his boyhood home Jane Eyre
Mais
style, basically.
tous
She
les
kept everything,
faits-
otherwise it
J'ai-
wouldn't. My father
J'avais
talked about this and briefly mentioned it a few years ago, like it was an
pour
entirely
le
normal
fait
thing to do
de
with a
ma
family
vitesse de
member. That is
compréhension du
unbelievably
jeu.
cruel.
J'avais regardé beaucoup de vidéos avant. Donc j'avais techniquement les bases avant, quand même.
His real dad is my grandpa's brother. Uncle
Je
father
savais
of
que le jeu
my
existait,
grandpa,
mais c'est
my mother's father, killed his first wife.
This is-
My great-grandmother tried to kill my grandma, my mom's mother, several times when she still was a child. My mom had an affair with her sister's husband. My dad got killed because of a red car. I always thought I was born of an affair between my parents, who were both married to other people at the time. Last year, my grandmother told me that in fact, my dad and his first wife wanted a son, but had a daughter. They tried to buy my mom's son, my older half-brother, from her, but my mom wouldn't sell. Instead, they agreed to give my mother $10K to have another baby. The deal somehow fell through after my dad had gotten my mom pregnant. My dad went to prison and got divorced from his first wife, and the first wife tried to steal me from the hospital. Maybe more sad THSN creepy. My great-grandfather died in a mental institution. However, everyone who asked was told he died in prison, because it was less shameful in the 30s than being crazy. That is sad. Hope whatever exists after death brought him peace. My dad tells us that whenever he smells nail polish remover he feels extremely sick because when he was a toddler he drank his sister's nail polish remover and went to hospital. But then one night, I was up late chatting with my younger brother in his bedroom talking about our dad, and my brother tells me about a conversation he was either part of or overheard. Apparently, according to my dad, when his parents, my grandparents, were going through the Great Depression, they lost everything as many families did. But it affected my grandmother
donc,
horribly. Something must have snapped in her
Agnes,
mind when she became a little bit insane. The real reason the smell of nail polish remover was so horrible to my dad was because one day my grandmother had decided that feeding my dad the nail polish remover as an infant in a crib was an easy way to kill him. It was only my grandfather rushing in and stopping her that stopped my dad from dying. Makes me wonder what sort of behaviors I might be prone to given some traits are more prevalent every other generation. I found out that my aunt and her family were in a cult for 10 plus years. Over the years of being a kid, I had always wondered why my cousins never came to family get-togethers anymore and why I never got to see them. My grandma would always tell me it was because they were reserved and liked their privacy. I always thought that was weird but never questioned it. One year, they moved from their home state to the state where my grandma and the rest of my dad's side of the family now lived. Now all of a sudden I was able to see them when I went out to visit in the summer, which I thought was odd.
La
It was weird
musique.
that they lived with my grandma and literally had moved out with nothing but a few
C'est
secrets.
complètement pour
Turns
mon
out my
effet
aunt's
que
family
tu
had been in a
sais
Christian
que
cult for
moi.
years and weren't able to leave it because they were threatened by the church. They told them they were definitely sure and never escaped. They would keep track of when they went to the church on Sundays and
Ne
Wednesdays.
vous
They were
inquiétez
forced
pas,
to give the church thousands of
regardez-la.
dollars a month just to survive. One day my aunt
Si
said
je l'envoie dans le bon angle, je peux faire plein de dégâts.
they left their furniture, the majority of their clothes, the kids' toys, almost everything. They moved it with my grandma and her until they got back onto their feet. Now the oldest of the kids talks about it with me like it's nothing and how scary it is. They have been out of it for years now and have made a good life for themselves. I'm very happy they can move on from what happened.
Allez.
My dad secretly named me after his one true love, not my mother. She was 12. He was in his late 20s. He told me the first bit when I was in my 20s, which was bad enough. When he died, I inherited his papers and stuff and found out the rest. Which PDH I could have happily lived without her. Apparently he was staying on and off every day. Marion Gillibrand is sort of artist PR from him, and he had named me after one of the victims in that whole grand show. She does look very, very similar to my mom, and therefore, let's be headed. Comment Marion Gillibrand. Didn't hear about that when the news hit him. Apparently, 2014. I'm going to be sick. Nobody can give me a straight answer on why my great uncle died before the age of 10. It's my big age significance that everyone did the difference. I am not sure if we feel like, but wait it. My great granduncle
Oui.
World War II.
Ah oui.
About the war in
T'as vu ce qui est arrivé?
nothing other than she was married to him when he went off to war. When we found out after he died, at his funeral, he was highly decorated. We found out some of his war stories, and one included that he was shot and thrown into a mass grave, presumed to be dead by the Germans. 2 days later, called out like a bandit. This took my breath away. Holy cow.
Bah j'ai déjà vu de la plus grosse souffrance, hein. Vraiment. Imagine deux joueurs Master Rank, un joueur High Rank, ben, genre vraiment, deux joueurs qui sont vraiment fins Master Rank avec tous les têtes d'update, qui sont quasiment au plus haut niveau d'anomalies possibles. Un qui est fin high rank, qui ok, il est rendu à farmer le meilleur équipement possible pour commencer le Master Rank. Ah, sur un monde, sur les premiers monstres du jeu, en low rank. On tuait les trois monstres en 5 minutes.
This isn't necessarily super creepy to me,
Genre,
but I tell people this sometimes
le
seems.
monstre,
When my great
le monstre
grandfather was
principal de la
young, he
quête,
ended up
on le
losing.
tuait
I
en
think it was like 7 or
dernier.
8 fingers over the years.
En moins
I
de
think he
5
lost 2 or
et
3
on
fingers.
faisait les trois en
Then
moins
he
de
lost
5
the rest in an
minutes.
accident.
On
Because he
ramenait
lost
les
in the
trois dans la
accident.
même
Satan.
zone dans les
But
jetons
his
en même
crystal
temps.
process visited his Saban. He could be buried with them and presumably be whole in the afterlife. This is a thing in some religious communities.
J'étais le
like
joueur
certain
high
Orthodox
rank.
Jewish sects. In New York, there's a burial specific company that's called in to collect bloody asphalt and concrete in the event
Je
of
vois
fatal
mon perso
accidents.
juste
And even the dirty
regarder
water from the
ça,
cleanup
en
will be
mode,
buried with the deceased, or so I'm told,
j'ai
so that all the blood
servi
is
à
still with
quelque
them.
chose.
This isn't about my family, but my friends. Her grandparents were staying over at her house, and so was I. Her mum called me into the kitchen and said that the grandfather might try to get my phone number and I should never give it to him. I pretended to throw up and went home. God bless your acting skills, TBH. Clever move. More sad and creepy, but before I was born. I think I was in my mother's womb still. My grandma had went into a deep depression and was getting ready to kill herself. She had written a suicide note to everyone, including me. Thankfully, she didn't go through with it, and we ran into these notes a few years ago. I read a note she wrote to me and pretty much talked how sorry she was that I'll never get to meet her and stuff. But despite that, she didn't go through with the suicide. It really made me emotional. She's
Le
now happily out of that
chat.
nasty depression though. But
Ah,
honestly,
le
she's the
chat
best
qui
granny any
s'appelle
grandchild can ever ask for. Pretty much a second mother to me. After my dad died, my granny has been the second parent in this house. My mom goes out of the city to work and my grandma take care of the house while my mom is gone. I'm so glad this woman is still with us. Do you make sure to remind your grandmother how important she is, how awesome she is? I was always told my dad's cousin died from a bad reaction to a flu shot. He never got the flu shot and I avoided for many years. Thankfully, I didn't catch it off him. Years later, especially with the rise of anti-science and anti-vaxxers, I got one since I realized it's unfair to people who can't get it but easily catch it. I didn't get sick from the shot. Years later, I was talking with my aunt at a family party. They told me it was most likely AIDS that killed him. Coming from a very Catholic upbringing, he had to hide that he was gay. I never told him about his
Ah,
personal system.
bah,
I'm still
low
kind
rank
of pleased. I
2.
believe he would like to me
Par
honestly.
contre,
He planned to himself just the same.
je crois pas que les droits royaux sont nécessaires pour
Some
aller.
people might be using my great uncle died because of those shots as a reason to not vaccinate, when in reality it could have been a very different story. Not creepy really, just funny. My
Ah
mom
oui?
always said their wedding anniversary was in January and my older brother was born approximately 9 months later. When I got
Ah bah,
married, I
ok.
figured out they had to get married and
Ah
not
bah,
reveal their wedding
ok,
date.
après.
They had both copped to this, but still refused to reveal their real wedding date. Well, when my father was cleaning out his mom's house after she passed, he found his parents' marriage certificate which gave their wedding date as 3 months later than what they told him. My parents got married in the late 50s. My grandparents got married in the late 30s. Like father, like son. I found out our last name on my dad's side isn't our actual last name. Sometime before my great-grandparents on that side, my family was running away from Wales and they changed their name. All we know is that my great-grandmother said to my dad that they were evil people and you don't need to know more. She took whatever happened to the grave, and both my grandparents on that side are gone, so who knows? This has happened in my family also. My 2 ex-great-grandfather left Germany and changed the family last name. This has been a mystery since the early 1900s until my dad took a genealogy test last year and discovered a half-brother. This half-brother had the birth certificates of our family's long-lost name of it. You could end up knowing someday. When my cousin was 16, she had a baby with another cousin. The father's mother raised the baby. They have both grown up to have kids with other people and get married, and I never found out about it until I was like 18. I always thought it was strange because the child would call what I thought was his mom grandma, and I had to ask my mom who his parents were. Their kid is now 25, has a few issues but otherwise lives a normal life. On my dad's side it's my grandma, grandpa, dad, and his brother, my uncle. My dad was the first to marry and I was born shortly after. I was the first grandchild on that side. Or so I thought. When my uncle was young and he got a girl pregnant and she had a little girl, my grandparents refused, and still do to this day, to consider her their grandchild and forbid my uncle from being in her life since it was a sin since him and the mother weren't married. My uncle never provided child support, never helped. Met her once in the hospital, then once when she was 16.
Cette fois, tu vois la scène sur la carte.
I asked my parents why she isn't in the family and my dad said it's just that my
Lorsque
grandparents
j'ai vu la dernière fois.
One of my cousins is a decently known actress, and her husband the brother of a member of a very famous band. Won't give any names for privacy reasons. Another cousin on that side got married to a former military guy who she brought to our annual family reunion. For nearly everyone there, this was our first, and my only, time meeting her new husband, and he seemed like a nice, normal guy. They divorced not long after that, for reasons I wasn't told then, and he was rarely spoken of afterwards. Much later on, I found out that my cousin's husband, at that reunion I met him at, became infatuated with my other cousin, the famous one, the moment he met her, and had started stalking her. He sent her hundreds of messages, emails, calls, started contacting her friends all the way in Hollywood, and near the end of his escapade, even started sending violent threats to her husband and his famous rock star brother. Eventually, after a restraining order and the threat of imprisonment, he stopped, and we haven't heard from him in years. My cousin eloped soon after that with another guy who seemed nice and normal at first, just like the previous guy, and then turned out to be a rabid neo-Nazi and KKK member. This marriage didn't last too long either, so I think it's a fair assumption my cousin doesn't have the best taste in men. It's not a secret yet, but I guess it will be for future generations. My family always was beyond boring, and believe me, that is a good thing. Last summer, my older cousin, who became overly religious over the last 10-15 years or so, which is when most of the family lost contact, went to a hardware store, bought an axe, went home where she lived with her 30-year-old son. He always was a bit of a special needs kid and bullied a lot, as a grown-up too, and killed him with the axe. Then she called the cops and confessed. A year later, she is still in a closed psychiatric facility with his who asked why she did what she did, that she only regrets not having done it sooner. Mom did heavy drugs since long before I
T'en
was
fais
born.
quoi les
My grandma went to
arzeros
her
pour que
apartment to
t'ailles
clean out for
chercher,
whatever
tout
reason.
le temps aller
She found a bunch of
chercher
my
pour
baby
les
bottles
balancer à
that
la
had been
gueule
turned
des
over.
enfants.
Another time, my mom just kinda ditched me in the middle of feeding me to go smoke some crack or whatever. Haven't seen my mom for almost 10 years now. Sometimes I find myself wondering if she's made an effort to get better. My grandmother told me and my dad that we are related to Gavrilo Princip, aka the guy who shot at Duke Franz Ferdinand and his wife in Sarajevo, the event that started World War I. My dad, 45 years old, had never heard before.
Non, c'est
He had
pas
news
un
on his side
camp,
from Eastern Europe, so
c'est
it's a
rien.
DNA test. So yeah, my
Ok,
family
c'est quelque chose de
basically started the First World War.
mastering.
You know, World War II is considered an
C'était un
extension of the first
pote
WW, so your family
sorti
can take credit for it as well as you want.
Ouais.
If you are new to the channel, you can
iPad.
subscribe. I publish new videos every day. Until then, check another video.
Winnie est l'arme de campagne préférée de Cochetin, on dirait bien.
Yeah. Ow.
Bye for now.
Allez, je récupère un peu de tranchant. Moi, j'avais jamais réalisé à quel point j'avais l'habitude de faire des esquives en utilisant mes iframes qu'une fois... J'ai vraiment réalisé ça qu'une fois récupéré l'armure de Serigias.
Don't mind if I do.
Un extrait... Éponge, un extrait... Ah, la queue est ici.
Ah, la queue est coupée?
Oui.
Ok.
Perks of the job.
Au niveau de où est-ce qu'il y a tous les petits goodies. Non, pas par là. Où est-ce qu'il y a Gogeta? Au niveau des murs, où est-ce qu'il y avait Gogeta?
Ok, en haut.
Around here somewhere. Ici.
Non. Je doute pas que j'ai une grippe là-dessus, mais... Une écaille.
Non. Ouais.
Voilà. Voilà, dans les espoirs sans que le chien a rattrapé un truc.
Yeah. Bah, tu restes à en avoir parce
Reddit
que
Reddit.
quand...
What is the most strange wrong number call you've ever received? I had various police departments call me looking
Comparé
for
au,
someone for about 8 months.
au
I had my
précédent
number for about 3
jeu,
years when it's done. Turns out
Rise
police
et
do not
Sunbreak
believe when you tell them that
qui
they have the wrong
est
number. They also don't believe you
très
when you answer the door
gentil au
and tell
niveau
them
des
that they
récompenses.
No, this is a single family home, no upstairs apartment. Yes, you're sure. You've owned the home for 10 years, and there's no Denise in it. No, seriously. I don't even know anyone named Denise.
Oh.
I got called by a bowling alley asking me where the heck I was because I had made a reservation for 12 lanes. They spoke to me in German. I'm a Dutch guy. Still no idea how the heck that happened. Didn't make the dang reservation, that's for sure. Got one a few years back.
Tous les
A foreigner was on the
morceaux
other line and
qu'il
just kept saying, "Oh, hot dog" in a very excited tone. He'd say stuff in between saying that specific line, but I had no clue what he was saying otherwise. I had a missed call on my phone. I rang it and no one answered. I went to text it, and when text messenger came up, it said my name as the contact. It showed as a random number in my call log, but it wasn't my number, and I had my number for about 10 years. The phone was a brand new one that had never had another SIM card in it. I texted it and no one replied, and the text also didn't come through to me like it does when you text yourself. My friends tried calling and couldn't get through either. No one ever answered or messaged back. Strangest thing was this number hadn't been saved as a contact in my contacts until the call came through, and my phone wouldn't allow me to delete the contact or number. Weird. Beginnings of one on their post. This guy called my office number asking questions about a tracking number for a package, which has nothing whatsoever to do with my employer's business. I told him he listed the wrong number, and he got really disproportionately mad at me. Like, no. I looked up the number and called the number, and now you have to tell me where my package is. It wasn't that he was mad at me for telling him he had the wrong number. He was mad that he had done the required work by looking up the number and calling the number, and I wasn't holding up my end of the bargain by giving him the information he wanted. So apparently we got some guy's bag and owes him 50 euros. Her friends think she's a bee for standing up this one guy. This guy's beard Vivian for not showing up after he texted her the info. The place looks pretty nice. Some old friends want to catch up with her. Lady really should learn her own phone number. Having to explain to some off guy that I'm not Vivian. Duh, I'm a guy with a pretty deep voice. I can't put Vivian on the phone and that she's not right there next to me got real old fast. Also, I apparently have someone's dead brother's phone number and he keeps wishing him a happy birthday. He stopped last year, so I imagine he probably passed on. My name is somewhat special, and one day I got a call from someone who knew my name, but I didn't know that person. So I said so. He replied something like, "But it's me, name, from class." So I replied that I was a 50-year-old man who hadn't taken any classes for quite a few years now. Turns out that somewhere in Copenhagen there's a young man with the same name as me, and he has a friend whom I cannot convince over the phone that I am not his friend. I got a call one night about 10 p from a man who said, "Mary, what are you doing?" Mary happened to be my name. Not really, but so as not to reveal my identity on here, suffice to say he actually got my name right. So I said, "Johnny, believe it or not, that was his name too. What are the odds of that happening? Two strangers getting each other's names correct." J, yeah, what are you doing? Bar sounds and background. M, nothing.
Je me demande combien j'ai de défense si je mange le dingo défense.
If you come and sing with me, come on, it'll be fun. M, I'm broke on fun money this week. J, yeah, well okay, I'll buy. You're not going to drink me broke, are you? Laughing hysterically. M, no, you know me. I'm lucky to drink one beer all night. J, yeah, I know you. I was just teasing. More laughter. M, hey, remember the last time we sang karaoke? J, hey, hang on a second. Don't hang up. I'm going to get me another beer, okay? Don't hang up. Be right back. M, okay, I'll hold. Husband looks over at me and mouths, who are you talking to? I mouth back, Johnny. He's around these. My husband looks at me, strange, and says, hang up. I say no. It's Johnny. Husband goes, IT's not Johnny. I talked to him just now and he's at home. Hang up, Lucy. Mouth gaping open and eyes wide with disbelief. I held the phone to my ear in shock.
C'est quoi, je regarde les...
J, you forgot
Je
already.
vais faire des
Line
dingos
one
dans le
thinking.
temps.
Hysterical laughter. M, number. Really WHO is this? J, Murray, come on. M, tell me or I'm hanging up. J, okay, okay, don't hang up. It's Johnny. M, Johnny WHO. J, Murray, come on. Okay, okay, don't hang up. Johnny Westfield, not real name. M, OMG, you've got the wrong number. J, what? This is Mary Monroe, right? M, no, I'm Mary, but my last name is not Monroe. J, seriously, you sound just like her. Well, do you want to come down to Randy's and karaoke with me? Laugh hysterically. M, I don't think so. Goodbye. Laugh. J, okay, you sure?
Okay.
Okay. Nice talking to your laughs. We hang up. Then I died laughing about the odds of something like that happening between complete strangers. I got a call at my office desk phone one day. No one external from the company had this number. I answer with,
Voyons
this is
voir.
Phantom of the Computer with the company
Je suis rendu à combien de défense avec le
He
dingo?
immediately responds with, do you sell lawnmowers? It took a good 3 minutes of explaining
Ouais,
that he called the real estate
ok.
office and that we don't sell lawnmowers.
Je gagne
When I
pas
was
grand
13,
point.
a local social worker had apparently misprinted their business cards with my cell phone number on them instead of their own. So for a few months, I checked my phone at the end of the school day and have voicemails from people asking about their court dates, whether they have to quit smoking weed, when they could see their kid. That was fun. English was not their first language, but I got a call and they asked for someone. I told them it was the wrong number. They called back and asked for them again. I told them it was the wrong number. They called back again, but I didn't bother to answer and they left a voicemail asking for the person again. They kept calling and eventually I had to just answer again and tell them to stop because they clearly had the wrong number and they yelled at me for not being who they wanted to call. I got phone calls from Utah and Oklahoma. I'm trying to sell furniture for the church before I told them it was the wrong number, but they repeated my own phone number to me and insisted that this was the right number. I had voicemails from them almost every day for about a month. My friend had a crazy voicemail left on his phone by an unknown number once. Let's just call him Todd. The guy said something like, hey, this is Todd, right? Hey, Todd, I've been seeing you in my dreams now. We connected on a plane that you can't reach from this dimension. We need to link our dreams together to meet them. Contact me ASAP. Todd, this is really important. When you call that number back, you get an invalid number response. Nobody in our Indian friend circle recognized the voice of that was the only time you guys ever called. They might have the impression that it's just someone pulling a prank on but the invalid number problem is that nobody recognized the voice kind of gives room to doubt. The phone kept ringing in the middle of the night when I was ready. When I finally answered it, this someone
Ouais,
sounding
bah,
like
avec moi, c'est obligé que... Avec moi, c'est obligé que tout le monde... Tu l'attaques en même temps que je le fais.
I was super freaked out. I went and woke my dad in tears. Dad answered the phone the next time it rang again freaking out.
Parce que dans mes paramètres de jeu, j'ai fait en sorte qu'il faut vraiment que j'appuie sur le bouton A pour chevaucher. Et il n'y a plus de queue!
The nurse's office every other day for a few weeks. I got to be honest, I couldn't even respect him. His name was not having an NYC public school I could see it had a tough time. Of course, to defense. Someone CC'd me into a group text and I just observed silently. These suckers were some front planning Afghanistan. Cops called. Problem solved. I kinda wanted to keep reading to see how they operated, but I knew that could get me into some crap. Avoided it. Still wanted to say what would have happened if I had said I was in. I got calls and text messages from someone with strange sister telling me that dad died. Was in high school. So had the phone turned off during class. When I turned it on, I got long text random about this is why I'm in butthole. Also lots of debt collection calls on same number. I got a call from this one guy working on someone's house. I pick up and say hello and he starts talking. Guy, hey man, I picked up what you asked and I was gonna start working today, but I just wrote the number down wrong to call the guy. He goes on for a minute or two about the project and I can't get a word in until he finishes speaking. To me, you've got the wrong number. Guy, yeah I know I said that earlier, I said I wrote it down wrong. But I thought everything would be able to start once I call it. Me, no you have the wrong number. Guy, I'm aware that if you could get it to me then I'll call him and get started. Me, no this conversation we're having is the wrong number. I'm the wrong number, I don't know you. Guy, alright I'll wrong. Okay, sorry. I got the news.
Ah oui, on peut... Est-ce que tu veux qu'on capture?
Looking for someone named Jason. I told him all the same thing. Wouldn't know Jason. And this was my number now. And things stopped calling. Last one I got was from a woman. When I told her the above, scoffed and said, yeah right, let me talk to him. I know that sucker is with you. If you don't let me talk to him, I'm going to hunt you down. Honey, I don't know Jason. I'm not with Jason. And if I was Jason, I'd be hiding from you too. Told her I'd call the police if she didn't stop harassing me. And that was the end of it. Multiple calls from various people over a few months, asking for the psychic
Come on.
society, who had thought they'd have known. Not entirely on, but a little. I was feeding my neighbor's cats the other morning when I
Mais peut-être t'as même pas besoin de chercher la queue.
same area code and first
Il y a même un goodies
I
juste en
I
dessous.
explained I just missed a call from that number. She said went dead silent for a solid couple of seconds, and then just hung up. Oh, but whatever, I guess. Later that day, I decided to take a nap and woke up to my phone ringing, and it was the same number. I answered it, and some guy asked why he kept getting calls from this number. I was grumpy about being woken up. It explained that I'd called that number only once, and it was to return the previous call. He said, well, let's just stop playing phone hockey here. As I went to hang up, I heard him ask who I was, but I never answered and just followed through with hanging up. I figured, after he so rudely told me to stop calling him, that would be the end of it. No, I got up to take a crap, and he called back. I answered with UHH. Why are you calling me? And he apologized pretty half-heartedly for being rude. I said it was no big deal and then got on with my day. Haven't heard from him since. It's a scam. Phones calls coming with your area code and prefix, so you think it's someone in your area. Then they get you. I got a long series of super shady texts for months, where car thief Fencer gave out my number to a lot of his contacts instead of his own. The first few were just super confusing. Then I figured out what was going on and tried to play them for more info, so I did turn him in, but it turns out people asking to buy stolen cars over text are pretty suspicious and realized something was up. They'd never tell me who the guy was or what number it was supposed to be. Car sales. Lady called up to yell at a different dealership service department and the call didn't get onto quickly, which meant it went to the whole back area. And I picked up. I say hello and she starts getting really pee because the wrong service department charged her daughter what she believed was way too high of a price for a transmission issue and they were a bunch crooked buttholes and she never be back there. She was really unloading on the phone. I couldn't get a word in edgewise and didn't even know she had the wrong dealership until a minute or so had passed. Finally I say, well, you have actually called their competition. And I'm actually in the sales department and she was very apologetic. Then I figure, what the heck? Sounds like your daughter's car is having some old age issues. Why don't you replace it with a new one? And she's all about it. She's going away to college actually. She's going to need a new one. Do you have a blue one? I sure do have a blue one. It's a higher trim level so it'll have a backup camera and a sunroof and it'll pair with a phone easily for hands-free calls. I don't have a manager available but I know what I can give away for pricing. If you put a deposit down on it I can have it ready to go tomorrow. And that's how I sold the car to a wrong number. When I was maybe 7 years old I was spending the night at my grandma's. The phone rang. My uncle answered. Then awkwardly handed me the phone saying it was for me. Conversation that followed. Come over. I can't. I'm sleeping at my grandma's. You what? I'm sleeping at my grandma's. Is this Lauren? Yes. At this point my uncle took the phone back and it was resolved that some teenagers dialed the wrong number. Asked for Lauren. And wound up talking to a 7-year-old Lauren who was interested in hanging out with some fun-sounding people but was also really excited about sleeping at her grandma's. For about 3 years a guy would call my house and ask for dinner. Sorry you got a wrong number. 2-3 months goes by and guy calls and asks for dinner. Sorry you got a number. At the end of the 3rd year he calls and asks for dinner. Yeah she's in the shower. He replies how dinner is a guy, yeah he's in the shower too. Long silence before he figures it out. I got the wrong number don't I? Yes you do and have for 3 years. You missed a great opportunity to say there is no dinner, only Zuo. I had a good year of this woman thinking my number was a grandson's or, I don't know, a nephew's.
Yeah.
She was older sounding and very country-ish. One time I answered and the phone was breaking up, but it was actually rather easy to talk to her. She didn't for second pause and question if it was her relative. I didn't refuse it though, I just talked to her and then she asked if I was going to bring the fish on Thursday and I said yes and she said more but it got choppy again. After that call she kept calling
Laisse-moi aller dans les nids.
Another time I can't explain. I received a text from my friend Pete's house. It said don't come outside. My fiend who was mom told me about a folk myth that spirits will knock on your door and if you let them in they will tell you something you might need to know in your life. So he begged me to text back to see what would happen and I agree. I replied, why not? After a few minutes I get texted back because we are out here, I'm not going to lie, but it was horrifying at the time. The next day back at my house I reply back and say still outside Pete's house. The reply I received was about 3 pages of me being called out on all of my fake ups and a lot of shot that very few people knew. I still remember how it all tied up in the end. They ended the whole line of text with your just
Ah, vous êtes en train d'attendre après moi?
honestly cared exactly how I felt about myself and was lit with information that someone else thought that about me too. I never texted back but I did try to grow up some. Some weird dude who seemed to think I was Chinese and verbally attacked me. Referring to me as a CHNK and some other stuff before threatening to have me
Le
drop
nom
on
de
my
la
country even though I
CAQ
clearly live in
à la
Canada. He realized
con.
his mistake as soon as he heard my accent. This happened about like 3 years ago. I was hanging out at my friend's house playing some 2K and all of a sudden I get this random call. Wasn't an unknown caller, but it was from area because of the area code. The man starts speaking and says my full name, my friend's full name, and my other friend's full name. None of us were related, we all just really good friends. I put the guy on speaker and I say who's this because he really scared the crap out of us because he literally said all of our names.
Non, de la
He starts
jeu de
saying
mots
that
à
he
la
knows
con.
that. We all looked at yourself and were like WTF is going on. And then for shoots and giggles we start asking him more questions like what's our mom's name and grandma's name. He literally starts saying all of your mom's and grandma's name. At that point we were literally freaking the frick out. IDK what was the point of his call? Like he never stated what was the reason for him calling me but he just kept spitting out facts and everything about us. What year were we born? Where we live? Etc. We tell my friend's dad and he didn't believe us so we asked the guy on the phone to tell us info about my friend's dad and he literally says everything about him. We can see in my friend's dad that he was spooked as well. He tells us right away to hang up to hang up. We hanged up and ever since that day he never called back. Once got a voicemail from a guy following up on an interview he had with a company. Normally, I just ignore when wrong numbers leave me voicemails. But I decided to text the guy and let him know that he had the wrong number so that he could actually get in touch with the company he'd interviewed for. Sent him something like, hey man, just wanna let you know that you called the wrong number before because I don't work for such and such company. He said okay, then asked if he had gotten the job. I told him again that he had called the wrong number, and he says something like, oh, I get it. Well, do you have any tips for where I went wrong with you and what I could do better if my next interview finally texted him something along the lines of, dude, I'm a college student. I have no idea if you got this job or not. I don't even have a job. You called the wrong number. He seemed to understand after that. I finally get to tell ridiculous. I got a call from some kid one time. All he said was I don't masturbate for satisfaction anymore. I do it out of habit. Then the call was over. It had me dying and made my day. I used to have the old phone number of this semi-famous country singer. About once every 2 weeks or so I'd get a pretty boring messages about booking gigs and doing promo stuff for her newest projects. At which point I'd explain that they had the wrong number. But one time this guy texts me out of the blue and says, hey baby, I heard you are insane. Louis this week, we should meet up. You make me feel like a sexual function. So I know he's trying to get a hold of the singer-songwriter. So I decide to mess with him. I sent him a few messages back and forth just to get him worked up and I sent him a picture of me naked with a Viking helmet over my junk with a pair of boots and knee-high socks. I'm not fat, but I'm very hairy and I have a long beard at this time. When I told him he had the wrong number, he didn't text back after that. A friend of mine's phone number is one digit different from a nearby block. He regularly gets 3 AM calls asking about prices and services. He pays along sometimes. One guy asked how much it was and he said $250. $350 and the guy just said okay and hung up. 2. My turn to share a good story from home. Back in the day of answering machines for free cellular phones, I had a bizarre message on my phone. It was strange that I heard a man's voice saying something about a group message. This was followed by what sounded like several words and numbers. It was creepy and children. I had always been fascinated by number station, so this one had me wondering. Never had a call like this. I saved it and waited for a blind friend of mine to play better ears than I do. He listened a few times and gave a word for word language. I had no idea what any of it meant. It was creepy. I saved the message and would play it for a few people I knew. About a week later I get another one. Different words and numbers. But it came through to me when I was there. I picked up and asked, who the heck is this? Click, they hung up. I'm thinking it's a prank or a screw up by some sky who called my number by accident. Either way, I had no way of knowing what that call was about. But I had like 20 more calls that evening with odd voices and voices. I reported it to campus police and told them I'm getting odd calls and here's what is going on. I had the police come and take the report and listen to the same report. The cops were in my apartment later on during their visit I received the call. Yeah, more stories.
Là,
Cop picks up my phone.
là que la tête a été privée.
Cops take my info and that is it for the night. The next day I had visitors. Yeah, a man and woman who identified themselves as fakes. Accompanied by campus police. I lived on campus apartments. I was not panicked or freaked cause I didn't do anything. I was asked to both load up questions. The folks listened intently to my report. After they were done they told me, they were done. They told me that any more
C'est pas comme si je pouvais beaucoup bouger.
so I assumed it was a landline and do my best to allow three machines to only calls. Strangely enough, I never had any calls. I never heard another word from the feds, but I found out a few years ago that my phone, which was a campus phone, was monitored by our university thereafter. Friend works there and did something. To this day I have no idea what the heck happened and it still is freaky as heck. I really don't care about them monitoring my phone or any of that cause. I'd rather they catch or stop who was doing it. But I can honestly say I have had feds visit me for receiving what clearly is a very interesting series of wrong numbers. Oh, and one time someone called me and was going to kill my kids because I shorted them on drugs. I don't have kids. I don't deal drugs. I'm not dead. This was a voicemail because I missed the call, but whatever. When I was 14, I got a voicemail from an unknown number, and when I listened to it, nobody spoke directly into the phone, but in the background I could hear 2 old ladies chatting. They were talking basically about how they didn't know how to work these newfangled phones. It went on for about 5 minutes, until one said I think he got the wrong number, and the other one said,
low rank, high rank.
not really that weird, but I thought it was cute and funny. I couldn't help picturing 2 sweet little old ladies in a bingo hall, trying to call their friend on the new phone that their grandchild had bought for them or something. I was almost tempted to call back and tell them whose number they got, but then I thought that would be stupid, so I didn't. Obligatory answer that's only mildly related to last question. Around a year it should go I got the voicemail that was a series of a few other voicemail bots constantly talking over each other. It was about 3 minutes of 6 plus bots saying sorry, the person you have called is busy right now, etc and loads of feedback and painful echoes. Weirdly, none of them seemed to stop talking so a message could be taken. They immediately started started up again after the bee. LOL. I tried
J'ai
to
vu
finish
que
and I
vous êtes
couldn't find
accroupi
anything,
alors que
so I
c'est pas
just
du
assumed
tout
it was
ça
a
que j'ai
prank.
fait,
Still
hein.
kind of weirds me out though. Mostly that someone got my phone number and used it for that. A long time ago, when landline was as ubiquitous as mobile phone
C'est pas
as
être
little kid used to
accroupi
call me every Thursday
ce que j'ai
night. The
fait.
light clock my phone rings.
C'est autre
I pick it up
chose.
as a little kid screams into my
C'est
ear.
Nemo
Power.
que
Guess what
j'ai
happened
fait.
today and he proceeded to narrate his day to me. Cute but annoying
Je
after the
savais
third
pas
call,
quel
he
niveau
refused to
c'était
acknowledge
dans
that I'm not
le
his
jeu.
dad. Fourth
Allez,
call and it was his mom. She
accroupi.
apologized to me and told me that her husband is
Good
serving
enough.
time in prison. Her son is autistic and her
Je
phone
l'ai
numbers
fait la
supervised.
même.
Son thinks daddy was at work. That broke my heart. I ordered her not to stop him. For 4 months I picked up the phone on Thursdays, listened to the boy and encouraged him for being a good kid. All he wanted was someone to talk to. Fifth month I met
Ça
the
m'a
boy.
bien
He
fait rire
called
de
me
voir
uncle
que
ice cream man
j'étais
because I had a whole bag of ice cream flavors.
Get
Didn't know what he might have sold.
mastering.
Nearly $20 worth. Weird wrong number call resulted in a happy relationship with
Ah,
his
je
family.
sais ça qu'elle peut la
Not
faire.
too strange, but there must have been a mix-up at an office building because for about 3 months I was getting phone calls every day from people for IT issues. The biggest request was from people who forgot their passwords and were locked out of their desktops.
Pour
This
moi
one time, some
aussi.
ruffian kept calling my phone threatening to kill me.
J'arrête
Screaming
de
at
lancer
Throughout
pour
several calls, I
l'instant.
was able to infer that he was trying to contact someone who he believed to have stolen his Xbox. And even when I told him he had the wrong number, he wasn't hearing it. My roomie and I took turns riling him up after that. Fun weekend. After I got my new phone number, I'd get a bunch of phone calls, but the one that was the most memorable came from a guy looking for Charles. He'd call multiple times a day, and when I'd finally
ça
answer,
peut
he'd
être
come over and
intéressant.
over. Listen, dude, there is no Charles here.
Les
You've
droits
got it
royales
wrong." He'd
raciales.
apologize and call straight back. Sometimes he would try and explain why he was looking for him, but he had a super thick accent. Thick boom for X100, and I never could understand him. Finally, one day, my boyfriend gets tired of the guy calling and answers it, mimicking the guy's speech pattern. I thought he was just making fun of him, and after a while, they hung up. Come to find out, boyfriend was actually holding a legitimate conversation in what he called bumfuck West Virginia accent.
D'accord, je suis en train de réaliser un truc. Je voulais pas avancer l'histoire, faire de nouvelles quêtes, je voulais juste farmer un peu aujourd'hui. Et là, t'as Gogeta qui arrive et qui te fait
I
avancer.
occasionally get pictures of his nephews with captions like they're almost as tall as you, Jeff, and happy birthday, New Year's, Father's Day, anniversary, Halloween, etc. I politely inform them every now and then that I am not Jeff. They apologize, and then in a few days the texts start up again. All was fine until a different number began calling me and leaving very frightening voicemails looking for Jeff. Not threatening towards him or anything, but stuff that made me think this person really needed to find Jeff. I called the number back. No answer. Reached out to the other Jeff numbers, and all that did was get me more family photos. One included a cat in a dollhouse, which I thought was cute. Never did figure out if that lady was okay. Not a wrong number as such.
Yeah,
Also
I'm
known as my
okay
parents'
with
house. Dog sitting while they were away. It's a big old farmhouse on top of a fell, with no houses for about half a mile or so. The phone rings, so I run to answer it, but I'm just too late, so I wait a few seconds. Figuring if it's important, they'll ring back. Sure enough, it rings. I answer it instantly, and there's a few seconds pause, then what sounds like a young girl just saying goodbye in the creepiest voice with absolutely zero emotion in it. Safe to say I did not sleep that night. Turned out it was an automated call that had gone through to the answer phone and then somehow rang again, so I got the tail end of the sales pitch being closed off. Not some terrifying threat that I was about to be killed and buried in the woods. Still scared the living badgers out of me though.
Il attendait.
Proud of this, before a whole year, this old woman kept leaving messages on my voicemail thinking I was her son, and always starting with, "This is the number you gave me," so I'm calling it. For a while I ignored it, thinking this woman must know by now I wasn't her son as my voicemail greeting said my full name and mine. Female,
Que
voice.
j'étais
My DM
prêt.
told me it's cruel not to call or text her back, but I kept insisting she will figure it out. And also, to be quite honest, it was a very dark time in my life, and I found myself starting to look forward to her voicemails because they came every holiday right on cue with things like, "I will always love you and you are not alone." And she was the only one who actually called on holidays. I am estranged from my family and my BF had broken up with me at this time. Eventually Christmas came around and knowing how hard it was to spend
pas de
with her
racial
family, I couldn't
encore?
let her keep thinking she was leaving messages for her son. I picked up this time and said abruptly, before she could speak, "I'm really sorry, I'm not. Son's name. He gave you the wrong number." There was a long sad pause before saying, "It's okay. I know." We both said Merry Christmas, talked a bit, and I ended the call saying I hope she hears from
Vraiment
her
pour
son one day.
éviter qu'on
She replied
speedrun
that
la
I hope
quête
from her
en
as well.
séparant
That is her last call.
parfaitement.
If you are new to the channel, you can subscribe. I publish new videos every day. Until then, check another video. Bye for now.
L'éblouissement. Ça me fait tellement rire une fois sur deux, on essaye de plus de dégâts que moi.
Encore une dernière shot. Oui!
Oh, vive les deux poteaux du milieu. Le reste vient d'apparaître. Le Ludros va mourir. Ludros
La queue a été coupée.
Ah, mais tout se passe tellement vite.
Le
Ludros
Ludros est
est
mort.
mort. J'ai eu une taille augmentée.
C'est vrai qu'il était un mini... C'est vrai qu'il était plutôt gros. Et la racine se trouve au-dessus de nous.
Ouais.
J'espère que la dérange.
Perks of the job.
Tu tâches les écailles. Trouver le bon angle pour monter. Ça devrait être là. Allez.
Ouais, j'ai pas du tout. Fait que j'ai 0 endurance aussi.
Ah, je la vois.
Je sais que celle-là, tu la peux faire en photo, par contre.
Ouais. C'est la première fois que je la vois dans cette partie.
Very kind.
C'est un petit plus.
C'est bien.
Oui, je peux voler un
Devant.
peu.
C'est un fail.
Oui.
Wow, that was perfect.
J'ai cru qu'elle allait sauter, mais non.
Non, non, pas pendant que t'en chasse. Pas pendant que tu... Si tu l'envoies dans un mur, ben si tu appuies sur Y pour projeter. Hey! T'es en train de monter! T'es en train de monter, tu me donnes un coup de bâton.
Oh! Oh, pardon! Oh, j'ai juste tombé. Ah, elle descend.
Oui, elle descend au moment que j'arrive à monter. C'est une blague.
Elle t'insulte.
Oui, mais non, mais c'est toi là, au début qui m'a...
Oui. On nous t'insultant. Pardon.
Allez,
La queue est
jusqu'à
partie.
moins.
Le gâteau est mort, c'est un autre.
Voilà.
Ah oui, c'est vrai. Le B pour couper l'air climatique.
Je sais pas comme si tu peux aussi te promener dans
Oui,
tu peux aussi te promener dans la cinématique.
oui, c'est plus compliqué à s'enferrer.
Oui.
Voilà.
Put this to good use.
Où est la tête?
Don't worry.
Magnifique.
And now. I put down some food. Come and get it.
Non.
Oh, mais
Déjà-
qu'est-ce que c'est?
Tu cherches cette emote?
Ah, ok. Ouais. Mais j'ai vu une pluie de poissons.
Ah oui, il a mis de la viande crue.
Oh. Oh,
Serious, what's
ça
the most horrific
brille!
thing that happened in your neighborhood town?
Ah,
C'est
Guy
non,
named
c'est
Steve got
blague.
away
une
with
blague.
his folks, sat down on the porch
C'est une
swing,
blague.
dumped the gas, killed himself and lit up. Parents and neighbors had to listen to his screams while they tried to put him out, died before they could. I lived in a pretty violent city in Brazil. They did not have any mercy when they caught thieves. One day, a year or so ago, they hanged a thief on the light post on my street. No one talked about it, which made it even scarier that it wasn't a big deal. A man was babysitting his ex-girlfriend's son. He stabbed the boy, cut him up and scattered his body parts around a banana plantation. He lived a few houses down from my grandmother. Letting exes watch your kids just seems like a bad idea in general. A woman on her way home from a jewel Africast, a kind of Christmas party we do in my country, where we get exceedingly drunk, was killed and dumped in the harbour. Having people go missing was very unusual, so police dispatched choppers and a huge crew. I remember a chopper hanging over my house as it was searching the fjords. It was extremely odd for something like that to happen in a town where the front page of a newspaper usually talk about the eating habits of the elderly, or a new patch of apple trees being planted in the park. You can list all kinds of things like brutal murders, serial killers, etc. One of the things that upset me the most here was a minor story quickly forgotten. A young woman just stopped showing up for work one day, and no one bothered to check up on her for a couple weeks. When they finally tried to track her down, they found out she'd died of a seizure in her apartment. She had a 2-year-old little boy who slowly died of hunger and thirst beside
Bon,
his
on
mother's
fera
body
ça la
because no one
prochaine
had bothered to
fois parce que
investigate.
là, Gogeta il est là prêt à te faire amener un ramener. Oui, c'est que tu peux pas aller rentrer.
I went to school in the northern part of Dublin for a
Tu
couple
peux
of years.
pas
One day,
aller
two sisters who also
rentrer
worked
tant
at
que
the
t'as pas
shop
fait la
Some naughty wheels started floating around, but nobody really knew why they were gone. Turns out their mom had her head bashed in with a brick. 2 days later, they found out who the perpetrator was. It was their dad. The
Il est
girls
bien
eventually
parti
returned to
pour
school,
te
but
faire
they were never
amener
sent.
le plus loin
A little
possible.
boy was taken
Te
from his mother in
faire
a shopping
plus
centre
de
by
que
two little boys who murdered him in the most
possible,
brutal way.
le
They
plus
were
vite
thinking around 10
possible.
and 11 and the little boy was 2. That was 20 years ago. The two murderers are out now. They have new identities.
Bien que
That's by
j'ai
far the
l'impression
worst
que ça
thing that
reste
happened
la
in my
dernière
life.
quête de la journée.
In our street, there was a ceramics shop owned
Je
by
vais
a
lancer
Sicilian
la
family with
question
an industrial
chance
oven
qui
and all
est
that type of equipment.
le
The dad of the family
rampage.
went to Sicily for a few days.
Là?
When he came back, he
Ouais.
found his only 20-year-old son
Ok.
burning inside the industrial oven with several nails in his skull. This was 5 years ago, and the case was never solved, and the dad turned his ceramic shop into a little supermarket. I don't know if I can really count this as my town because it's about 30-45 minutes out from where I live, but the Port Arthur massacre when Martin Bryant killed 36 people. My stepdad and his family lived in Port Arthur and could hear the gunshots and everything in between because they lived about 5 minutes from the old jail site. But they had seen him around town because it's a small place where everyone knows everyone. They said he was a very strange kid growing up. My dad was there on his honeymoon. I live close to a huge international airport and my house is, unfortunately, at the precise spot where planes tend to lower their wheels for landing. Stowaways from countries such as Mozambique sometimes try to hide in the wheel arch but usually die of hypothermia and route. 3 bodies have landed in the streets around my house in the time I
Pas
lived.
fan
Holy freaking crap.
de ces
When
quêtes
I
à
was
la
in primary
con.
school, the girl who lived 3 or 4 houses away from me was taken out of her bedroom window at night and raped in a nearby park. I
J'aime
was
pas
about
les
9, so she would have been maybe
quêtes
6 or 7.
importantes,
The scary part
c'est
is, roughly the
c'est
same
la
time
meilleure
that the police
façon
thought she
de
was taken.
fermer
2
les
a.m. Our dog started barking like
étiquettes
crazy and woke
tenues.
my parents and neighbors up. Weird to think what might have been.
C'est ça.
Bonus, the town over from where I grew up. At the high school, a grade 7 boy died during a brawl with older students over a lunch table. In our town by the Sainsbury's, a food retail shop chain in the UK, an old woman accidentally pressed the wrong foot pedal in her car and accelerated over the road, over grass and into the bench outside the shop where a young man was sitting and it killed him. Similar thing happened in my city, although the driver was young. She sped in the wrong direction and smashed into pedestrians. If I recall correctly, the car actually went on stairs at a shop. Mob justice. A thief tried to steal a man's suitcase full of jewelry. He was not successful in doing so, which led to about 100 people beating the ever-living crap out of that thief. Was not a pretty sight. Probably not the most horrific, but most recent. A man killed and dismembered his 6 kids and pregnant wife. He is also suspected of killing his mother. If that's not the most horrific, I don't want to ever find myself where you live, Conan. The Greyhound bus beheader was from here. His apartment was only 2 streets over from me, actually. You know the story. Mentally ill guy gets on bus, sits next to a guy with headphones. Voices tell him headphone guy is a demon. Pulls out a knife and chops his head off, then eats part of it. In my hometown, a 19-year-old guy with a knife ended kindergarten and murdered 3 kids and their teacher, wounded a nurse. After that, he left and was spotted and captured by a responding police car while calmly walking down the street drenched in his victim's blood. It happened in 1998, I think. I wouldn't say I knew him, but I have seen him on a couple of occasions before it happened. Due to this being a really small town, you couldn't help noticing people. He was weird, quiet dude, studied law for a half a year, but got booted for poor academic performance if I remember correctly. He got life in prison. Hurricane Rita came right after Katrina. We had a lot of refugees and people who couldn't evacuate. My house, and most of the area, were destroyed, but there were people who had thought they had escaped only to have their families drowned by a second storm 2 weeks later. Drunk driver was speeding through the streets, hit 5 kids that were selling lemonade in front of their house. 2 died on the spot, 2 died in the hospital. 11-year-old gets home from school months after it happened to find out her mother killed herself. Her father ditched the family years before, so this girl was left an orphan. Man, out of all those stories, this one got to me. That's just frickin' heartbreaking on so many levels. So this kid in my town, Monmouth County, NJ, was arrested for taking a bag of kittens, soaking them in gasoline and lighting it on fire. He was not found for more than a couple hours before he got out, despite desperate attempts by the local animal safety officer to hold him. The next week he walks into a bed, bath, and beyond, grabs a knife from a display, and stabs a mother shopping with her infant daughter 10 times in her back. There's been several successful and attempted murders in Middletown, but none were as avoidable as this. I think people get murdered often enough, but we never hear about it. The exception for us was a guy we just hired. Seemed he would work out really well, got stabbed the weekend after. Just an argument with some dude in the building. What killed me is that the guy that did the stabbing was back on the streets in 5 years. WTF. This guy in my neighborhood had a crush on a girl for almost 7 years. Started stalking the girl and ended up killing her in her own house. And people wonder why I'm so scared of my stalker. For that very reason right there. In summer I used to regularly get ice cream after school from a little ice cream cafe. The owner was pretty humble and I went there pretty often. Someday I heard the news a morning. The owner shot his family of 2 sons and
Étendamment, faut quand même un petit rapide bladage dans en plein dans la gueule devrait faire l'affaire.
The most recent was an 18-year-old raping and killing a 98-year-old woman, and another 18-year-old raping a 6-year-old on the way home. Then there was this case from 25 years ago where a guy kidnapped a girl and raped and killed her before dumping her in a well. That's the worst kind of cases. I am pretty sure worse is happening all the time in the city. A few years back now, I was on the nearest street corner to where I live, and I was hanging out with some mates.
Et t'as Gogeta qui décide de tout détruire à coup de...
À coup de Gogeta.
Ouais, tu sais quoi, je vais le rejoindre.
Moi, la seule façon qui est vraiment de faire des dégâts, c'est avec les armes.
Ouais.
Voilà. I remember the whole main road was closed off and we had to walk a mile home as there were police and sirens everywhere. As young kids, we were all excited to hear what was going on. The excitement soon dissipated once I arrived home to the news. I'm sorry for your loss. I can't imagine. Internet hug. There's two that stand out, both from my small hometown, 5,000 ppm. About 10 years ago, a group of 4 students went out to lunch. This driver was speeding and got into a wreck. He survived. The other 3 girls in the car didn't. Students haven't been allowed to leave on lunch since, as far as I'm aware. Graduated about 5 years ago. The second is creepy, but no people died. About 6 or 7 years ago, a satanic cult was busted. It was a group of about a dozen 7th, 10th graders trying to be Satanists. They had been murdering cats in a spot in the woods not far from the center of town. They'd packed them up and drained the blood into buckets to use in their rituals. That first story sounds like the beginning of a footloose wheel, except with off-campus lunch instead of dances. When I was in elementary, I met one of my father's old friends. He owned a small wildlife refuge where he took care of local wildlife that were injured and he nursed them back to health for relief of the wild. Most notably, he had a small corridor after 9 that refused to leave him. He had a small amount of government funding, but worked as my elementary school's janitor to fund his family instead of using the government fund. Government money went straight to the wildlife. One night, his wife had enough of having to live off 2 minimum wage jobs instead of a government fund and shot him. She threw him into the lion cage and called the police claiming the lion had attacked him. Before they would tear him apart before the police could arrive. If they protected him, he lay back. Even from the police who showed up to save him. He died about 30 minutes before they could tranquilize the lions. He has a full foundation now, dedicated to his memory, and run by his mother. Back when I was a wee tucker and lived in a town in rural Victoria, Australia, there was a guy who went a little off kilter and killed his entire family with an axe. This sort of thing was, and still is, almost unheard of in Oz.
Ah non, non, ça c'était l'attaque c'était finishing move de la montée.
Away because of a freak traffic accident. She was taken near the elementary school she went to, and it was a huge shock to everyone nearby. There was a huge support to help find her. It took her weeks of no success and no news. It died down. Her mother had died of cancer, so the father believed alone for 3 years that his only child had been taken. Fast forward 3 years, and the daughter is found. The guy who took her had dropped it immediately after, taking her 2 states away. He happened to be getting gas when someone backed into his car on accident, and the cops were called when someone noticed the young girl tied up in the damaged truck. She fled, but was captured within 24 hours. She was brought back home, and lived next door to us for a few more years. I knew her before, and she was never the same after she was brought back. The physical and emotional trauma of being held captive and sexually abused for 3 years had left her dead inside. He had her in therapy for a long time, but I haven't heard anything about her in years now. No clue how she's doing now, but I truly hope everything worked out for her. I never thought I'd be happy about a car accident. Probably the wars of 1955 to 1959 and 1974. The 74 one divided the country, and consequently the city in half. It's Nicosia, Cyprus in case you were wondering. My family home is next to it. Suitcases full of chocolate rolling parts and a tendency to watch out for the week. Also, I can't confirm whether this is true, but someone found
Les de blanche des PV de sémence sont réduits. Ensuite, combine ça avec le fait qu'il y a 2 joueurs qui sont mastering.
You probably are cannibal free. I live in New Haven City. There was a pretty weird murder of a homeless dude this summer. They found his legs down by the train tracks, found his arms but no hands in a garbage bag nearby, and found his torso in an abandoned building. But I don't think they ever found the rest of him. We're also not far from Newton. So, no. Owen Cheshire. There was a really fricked up home invasion incident there a few years ago. 2 guys broke into a house, robbed the family, raped and killed the mother and 2 daughters, and beat the father to verge of death. I grew up in Cheshire. Came here looking for someone mentioning the petty murders. My brother knew the younger dude in a sense. He met him just before the murders, the previous weekend or something. I remember him saying that he met a guy he has never seen before and thought he was creepy. And my old boss testified in court against them and everything. I'm not sure how this rates.
On est rendu quand même niveau on a fait aucune quête qu'on devrait faire.
Just riding around aimlessly, and I saw a few police officers spread out along the opening to the boat ramp. Long story short, they found a head washed up on the rocks and needless to say, that was never reported on the local news. Guy slits his wrists, panics.
On a débloqué Dragonator, on les a jamais utilisés.
Je vois pas qu'on en aura besoin.
Was the oldest son.
On a
He got into the
quelque
news
chose
by our
de
old
plus
but monumental
puissant
barn
que
burning down.
Dragonator. On a
Recently, an
coché
8-year-old
pas.
girl drove her mom's car into the living room. No injuries. Other than that, not much. Life is
Je
quite
vais
unsettled in
mettre
town.
je vais mettre un
Only
peu
a 4 tornado
varié
came through and
ici.
destroyed practically half of the
Juste
town.
pour-
If you want proof, look up the Washington tornado.
Juste pour le
I remember
fun.
this day clearly. I live in Chicago, but the weather was
Oui.
scary even up here. I was surprised there
Littéralement.
was a tornado so late
Et
in the
je vais
year.
mettre l'autre
Next
dans
to
le
this
coin
kid,
là.
with his Boy Scouts to go
Comme ça, il y en
help
aura
clean
un
up
de
what
chaque
he described the
côté.
destruction. Very sad.
Une
Sadly,
première
someone wrote,
barrière
murdered
est
and set
toujours
fire to the house of a
debout.
very sweet elderly lady in the very
Oui.
small town I grew up in a few years ago. According to his confession, to what was stated with his own
C'est
surprise,
juste
he had
pour-
let her burn
c'est
to death
juste
while
pour
she
être
screamed right
safe.
up in her own bed. He had just gotten out of jail for doing the same to other
Ah,
old ladies.
ok,
which he
que
had served
j'étais
25 years
je cherche dans le
for. She was
coin,
really a
donc
wonderful woman.
je
She
vais
sang in
mettre
church
un
choir with my mother and
je vais
I.
mettre un
And when
truc
my mom passed, she was the
automatique
first to send
ici.
her condolences and bring us food. Her husband had died many
Ah,
years ago,
il y en a-
so she
il y a
lived by
pas
herself
de
out in the
place.
country. This was one of the first murders in the whole county for many, many years. It really changed everyone. Doors and cars that were once unlocked all day now had stronger locks and alarms. R.I.P. Claradel. You were a wonderful woman, and I hope wherever you are that you don't remember a thing from your last hours. Not commenting on the story because dang that's tragic, but I think Claradel is a great name. Next suburb over from mine. 2 high school boys stabbed a shop owner as he was opening his store. Also, the suburb where I used to live. A suburb known for frequent criminal activity. The murder of a woman, her daughter by her own mother. The 40s she joined an anti-crime project in her community and was an avid supporter of the project. In a little place in Sunbreak, in northern California, population 750. A teenage boy was almost beaten to death. His father was a local boy that married a loud woman while he was serving in Vietnam. They opened an amazing restaurant. It was always full, even in a tiny bucket town. The place still did great business and had 2 kids. Fast forward to 1995, and their son is now a high school student. Some girl dumps her boyfriend to start going out with the Laotian kid. The racist dads of town don't think that's cool at all. 4 grown black men jumped that poor boy in the middle of Main Street as they were beating him. They had to occasionally stop to direct traffic around the beating. Nobody stopped. Nobody helped. Nobody even called 911. When the beating was over, the men left the barely conscious boy on the street. He literally crawled a block and a half to get to a payphone so he could call for help. 9/11. No, I'm serious. I live in the New York metropolitan area. Rockland. A lot of people lived in my town in New York City and worked for the World Trade Center. I personally knew several people who lost their lives in the town and surrounding area. And the amount of people around town who also lost friends and loved ones that day was just horrible. I live on Long Island and was made grave on town. What I'll never forget is knowing several people who lost family members with the thick black smoke flowing from the direction of the city. They wouldn't allow us outside for recess and it was horrible to look at knowing what it was from. Edmonton, Canada. There are a few that come to mind. I think it was about 3 years ago. At the University of Alberta, a security company responsible for taking collecting money from ATMs was restocking the machines when one of the guys that worked for them brutally executed his three co-workers with shots to the head and stole all of the money. He then tried to escape to the US border with his port. One lady just got married, the two others were danced, I think. Really sad and unnecessary. Another one was this year. Some guy killed 7 people in a rampage. Although I'm not sure the reasons behind it. I know it was a family issue and not a random killing.
Bah attends, les pièges fonctionnent, hein?
Sexually assaulted a little girl and left her to die in minus 30 degree weather. And a
On
couple
peut
shot to death by
utiliser
some
des
crazy
pièges
anti-government
à
figure this year as
calamité.
well, which makes it the first park killing in 25 years. We also had a tornado in 1987.
Mais le nombre de
killed 270,
calamités
and the roller coaster in West
que
End
j'aurais
in North
réussi
Frankfurt in 80 killed several
si
people
j'avais
as
pas
well.
su cette
I
information.
live in a nice middle-class suburb.
Si
Our
j'avais
school
su
kid
cette
announced his
information.
murdered his younger stepsister one night. I think she was 6 or 7. The reason he did it was that her father had been molesting her and the mother wasn't doing anything to put a stop to it, and somehow in his mind his was a solution. I don't know what ended up happening to the boy. Jesus Christ, that poor kid. Not the correct way to deal with the situation that he obviously wasn't all around from. Not that anyone should be expected to dealing with a monster like that. I hope he gets the help he deserves. Difficult. Murder level kids 8, 9, and 18, including the little boy who lived across the street from my parents' best friends. Maybe wasn't he? He's one of the very few reasons I wish I wasn't an atheist. Actually, thinking about it, the kid's name was Simon Bartington. He deserves to have his name quoted somewhere and remembered far more than the butthole who killed him. I remember in elementary school there was a family around the corner who had a mentally disabled daughter that was a little older than me. One day out of nowhere the dad of the family like snapped and murdered the daughter, then waited till his wife came home and killed her, then he turned the gun on himself and committed suicide. I was so young that it still was shocking, and now that I'm older it's all the more sad. His fate fell loose around my hometown when I was 5 years old. Police came to our door and told us that we need to leave the area as the fugitive was under considered extremely dangerous. 2 days later the police found him. Rather than face it, actually shot himself. In my church. In my Sunday school room. On our nice leather couch. The scary part is that the church is seriously old. Lots of broken, households. And the hallway leading to that Sunday school room had a door on either side all the way down and single window next to the old road at the end. So it was already 2 years ago. After that, I shot himself. I could never walk down that hallway without the hairs on the back of my neck standing straight up. Shudder. During the summer of 2008-ish, I think, my hometown caught a serial killer. He was a truck driver and had been murdering people along his route. He pulled into a rest area, hopped the fence to get into the neighborhood, and tried doors on residential houses until he found one unlocked. The daughter was sleeping in the basement of the house because it was cooler, and her brother, who left his keys at home, was supposed to come home later that night, so she left the door unlocked for him. So she wakes up to this massive truck driver holding a knife to her throat and a hand over her mouth, telling her he'll kill her if she screams. She didn't scream, but her parents heard what sounded like whimpering and went downstairs to investigate. When the dad saw what was happening, he jumped on the guy's back and managed to start enough for the daughter to run away. Then while the daughter was running to call 911, the dad got the dad off of him, and the mother ran over and grabbed the knife by the blade and yanked it out of his grip while the dad jumped in the gate and started punching him in the head. The police showed up shortly after and got the truck driver in custody and found some fake up crap in his truck. Found on hunting knives. No. A DVD titled something like Hunting Humans. Other crap like that and connected into some other murders and other states. He ended up pleading guilty and is spending his life in prison. Her brother-in-law never coming home that night because he stayed at a friend's house and forgot to call to tell them he was sick. Talk about some freaking guilt. The daughter was at the same grade as my boyfriend and actually lived about half a mile away. She came out of the trauma like a freaking champ and is doing great. I know exactly where this happened. I'm living here. What a freaking. Those parents are so good. You are new to the channel. You can subscribe. I publish new videos every day. Until then, check another video.
Ah, de toute façon, sur mon cul, ça va. On va bien.
Bye for now.
Avec presque 5 minutes de...
Oh, mais ça a été une vitesse.
C'est ce qui arrive quand des gros joueurs ils sont en mode fuck l'armement. J'ai vu à la main.
Je suis l'armement. Oh, je suis la violence. Je suis l'armement. Je suis Batman.
Et que j'ai peut-être utilisé une fois les Dragonators.
Ah oui.
Au niveau de la porte, je sais pas si ça a été utilisé au... Non, ça n'a pas été utilisé au niveau de l'entrée.
Oh, ça n'a pas été nécessaire.
C'est ce que je vois.
Quest complete. Yes.
C'était génial. Quand on a absolument rien fait des quêtes.
Oui. Et on a quand même un rang A, donc je sais pas de quoi tu te plains.
Ah, c'était bien.
Bon.
Voilà.
Oh, des soldes. Non, de Gogeta.
Euh,
Je crois qu'on va s'arrêter là pour aujourd'hui. Pour de
Ouais.
bon.
Oh, là.
Euh,
Ah, j'ai la loterie aussi. Ah, j'ai une poupée.
oh.
Et c'est le jackpot!
Nice. Ta première poupée. Ta première poupée de loterie sur les 12 de Rise.
Euh. Ah, je vais parler à tous les PNJ et après je suis encore fini. On va arrêter le live. Ah, je dirais. Je dois aussi parler.
How may I help? Take care.
Would you like a candy apple?
Ok. Ah, l'entraînement est fini? Oui, le jeu est fini. Ah, ouais.
I got everything you need. See you again soon.
Ah, mais qui...
Welcome to the hub.
Donc, ça,
I've been waiting for you.
Ah,
c'est c'est fini, c'est ça?
ouais, je vais parler à tout le monde, voilà.
Ouais. C'est toi qui fais là, c'est toi qui décide.
Allez, on va se quitter là. Ça fait 4 heures déjà.
Oui.
Allez. C'était un bon live. Merci d'être passé, Gogeta. Et merci, mais merci beaucoup, beaucoup pour ton aide.
Voilà.
Ça-
Juste 4, après je vais m'arrêter là. Ok, donc une dernière.
Allez. Parce que tu te demandes si gentiment. Allez.
Fine.
On peut se
Allez.
le permettre. On peut se le permettre. Par contre, moi je vais pas manger. Voilà.
Un Bazarias.
Good to go.
Je me demande si les gaz si les gaz des Bazarias me touchent si je fais des counters. Si je suis quand même
Oh.
empoisonné malgré même si je suis un counter.
Ça serait intéressant à vérifier.
Et je dis surtout avec le Bazarias parce que lui c'est vraiment une grosse zone autour de lui au lieu de juste genre une boule de poison ou que.
Hein? Je dirais j'ai un camp ici. Voilà, voilà. Où est la sortie? Oh, il y a un inconnu sur la map pour moi.
Je crois savoir c'est lequel. Ah crap. Il est le filateur supplémentaire. What? Ah, évidemment, ben oui.
Oh, mais je vais vraiment lui faire des 3 et des 4 de dégâts. Je suis un moustique.
Oui, et surtout que ce machin, il a une défense de malade. Mais bon, yeah, moi je suis félicitant. Que, en vrai, si je frappe pas une partie affaiblie, c'est des France. Mais ça doit être parce que j'ai des dégâts de feu sur un monstre de
Oui.
qui est de la pierre. Attends, j'ai mon arme a rebondi alors que je suis dans le cochon rose.
Oh!
Mauve ou whatever.
Oh, mais la défense de ce truc!
Ow. I tried to counter. Did it too. J'ai essayé de counter, je l'ai fait trop tard.
No more Mr. Nice Guy.
Ow.
Ok, brûle.
How you burning?
Il m'a pété dans la face.
Ah la bombe
La bombe de feu.
la bombe aléatoire. T'es en train de nager vers quoi là? T'es en train de nager vers Gogeta. Mais ben, il est pas loin!
Je crois qu'il est en train de changer de zone en plus.
Non, normalement il marche pour changer de zone.
Ah, mais là, c'est dit non, ça va. Je préfère la natation.
Voilà ton monstre mystère.
Ok,
Les barrières.
je vais aller faire ma greedy et ramasser les petits matériaux aussi.
Pareil, c'est...
Quel carrosse!
Ah, putain, ben oui, il a écrasé des altéros avec ça. Ah, Catherine. J'avais pas fait attention qu'il était en train de... qu'il allait régir. Je crois que c'est laquelle qui nous a pris plus de temps aujourd'hui. Il faut 4 minutes et demie.
Perks of the job.
4 minutes et demie, c'est juste. C'est ridiculement génial. Oh oh. Voilà. Ça fait une nouvelle
Put
photo à
this to good
prendre.
use. Don't worry.
Voilà, magnifique.
J'aime bien le fait que tu n'arrives pas à savoir c'est quoi l'emote que je fais à chaque fois.
Je crois que c'est celui-là.
Ça
Non.
s'appelle comment?
Neil.
Non.
Oh.
Kimura.
De toute façon, ça devrait pas changer entre les personnes, entre
Ouais.
les deux sexes. Donc, non. You didn't get it.
Ah, j'essaierai d'approuver pour le prochain live.
Bon ben. Merci
c'est
Gogeta d'être
Oh, merci
passé.
d'être
C'était
passé.
fun.
C'était oui, c'était génial. Oh, cette vitesse de victoire. Oh, oh. Bon. Allez, le prochain live sera
Samedi prochain.
samedi prochain, comme d'habitude. Probablement du Pokémon encore. Et Monster Hunter le dimanche.
Ben,
Allez.
ça dépend de comment, à quel point on sera prêt pour
Oui.
le Pokémon.
Oh, mais on est passé tellement près de la mort. Je crois qu'on va... Je crois pas que ça va passer, mais on va prier.
Non. Non, j'ai aucune attente là-dessus.
Oui. Oh, ben merci d'être passé. À samedi prochain. Ciao.
Ciao.